Testing 1 2 3. We're going live on YouTube right now.
Testing. Kuliah saya punya voice okey tak? Testing 1 2 3. Kuliah mic saya okey tak kuliah?
Okey.
Okey ah? Alright. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the National Symposium on Human-Computer Interaction, Fusion 2022. I am Zafri Zuki, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for today's event. On behalf of myHCI-UX, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking the time from your busy schedules to join us here today. Before we start, I would like to brief the schedule for today's event. Shortly at approximately 9 a.m., we will be welcoming Dr. Alvinio from the Waikato University to give his keynote speech entitled Leveraging Technology for Good, Working Together with Indigenous Communities. Then at 10:15 a.m., Dr. Yunis Sari from UX Indonesia will be joining us to give a talk on UX leadership, managing diverse internal and external stakeholders. At 11:30 a.m., Associate Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman will be joining us for a special segment where he will be conversing with our segment host on a topic entitled Shinwari Lawanjina at the Conference of HCI, Positionality and Situatedness. Then we will have a lunch break at 12:45 p.m. and reconvene back here at 2 p.m. I would like to highlight that we will be having some fun activities for the reconvene session. So please make sure to join back early, okay? And then the parallel session for paper presentations will start at 2:30 p.m. You are welcome to join either in session room A, B, or C. Next, at 4:15 p.m. Finally, our closing ceremony where we will award our Fusion winners for this year. We hope that the exciting sessions that we had lined up for you will be fruitful and engaging. Okay, before we start, I would like to give a gentle reminder to all participants to mute your microphone so that this event will run smoothly. Okay, thank you everyone. And now, to formally kick off our event this morning, it is my pleasure to invite our chair to deliver her opening remarks. Please welcome Dr. Nur Zuraifah Shazrah Osman, Chair of Fusion 2022.
Hello everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all. Dear colleagues, professors, researchers, and practitioners, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kuala Lumpur myHCI-UX chapter, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to Fusion 2022, the 4th National Symposium on Human-Computer Interaction. I humbly welcome our keynote and invited speakers, Dr. Alvin Yeo from University of Waikato, New Zealand, Dr. Yunisari from UX Indonesia, and Associate Professor Dr. Tari Zaman from University of Technology Sarawak, Malaysia. Fusion has been held annually since 2019 and has become a signature event in myHCI-UX calendar. The theme for this year is Paving the Way for Human, Technology, Creativity, Symbiosis, where we observe the progression that allows the relationship between humans and technology to creatively become interdependent and approaching symbiosis. As technology advances though, one thing that we cannot forsake is the understanding that technology is built by people, for people, and thus we continually emphasize the user in order to better to serve them. In countries like our own, which much of the original culture stem from the indigenous tribes, it becomes significant to investigate ways to appropriately design the technology so that they are conducive to a user in such unique multicultural environments. In line with this, our speakers will share their views, insights, and knowledge on how the field of HCI helps in the social and economic development of local and rural communities, including the indigenous and the underrepresented. Furthermore, it is hoped that all of us here will benefit from the sharing of work through the 19 papers accepted this year. The papers cover a wide range of interesting topics, including games and play, theory, concepts and methods, health and well-being, UX, and usability. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude to myHCI-UX for supporting our event, the steering committee, the organizing committee, and the student volunteers who have supported the planning of the symposium. I look forward to the exciting discussions ahead today and exchange of knowledge. I welcome again everyone to Fusion 2022. Thank you. Back to you, Zafri.
Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you to Dr. Nur Zuraifah for that wonderful opening remark. Okay, for the next part of the event, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Alvin Yeo from the University of Waikato, and our moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Juliana Aida Abu Bakar from University Utara, Malaysia. Dr. Alvin Yeo will deliver his talk, Leveraging Technology for Good, Working Together with Indigenous Communities. Please welcome Dr. Alvin and Dr. Juliana.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all. Thank you, Chairperson, for welcoming us. Hi, Dr. Alvin, how are you today? You are mute, Dr. Alvin?
Yes, all good.
Good, yeah, okay. It's less than a month that we last see each other.
Yeah, very fast.
Okay. Yeah, good to see you then. So a bit about the speaker today. I would like to welcome all of you to this session. We have here Dr. Alvin Yeo, which is actively involved in the industry and also community engagement at the School of Computing and Mathematical Sciences, University of Waikato, New Zealand, where he earned his Bachelor of CMS, Computing and Mathematical Sciences, and also PhD in HCI, Human-Computer Interaction. How he engages and interacts with indigenous communities was shaped by collaborating with his multidisciplinary, notably his social science and IT colleagues, community partners in Sarawak, specifically the Kelabit and Penan indigenous communities, and continues to be influenced by the local champions from Te Wakatohia Iwi. Hopefully I pronounced this right. So prior to his current stint in New Zealand, Alvin was a professor and the founding director of the Institute of Social Informatics and Technological Innovations, University Malaysia, Sarawak. Alvin's current interests include community engaged learning, leveraging technology for good, and work integrated learning. He is also our honorary member of myHCI-UX. Okay, so without further ado, can I give the floor to Dr. Alvin for the keynote speaker, for the keynote speech? Dr. Alvin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joanna. So firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Zuraifa for the opportunity and also to Prof. Badia, Juliana for inviting me for this opportunity, to give me this opportunity to give a talk. Much as I would like to be in Malaysia enjoying the nasi lemak and all that, unfortunately, it's been a bit difficult with the travel and all that. But yes, it's good an opportunity for me to be able to share with you some of the experiences. So I'll just share my screen. So if you can give me a thumbs up if you can actually see this, and hold on. You can see the slides.
Yes, we can, Dr. Alvin.
Okay, cool, excellent. So so let's take a start. Now mai hari mai, which means welcome in Maori to you all to my talk. And what we're going to be doing is going to go on a journey, Haringa ki Marehia, me Aotearoa, which is a journey to Malaysia and to New Zealand. And what I hope to be able to share with you are some of the projects that I had been working with my colleagues back in Malaysia and now working with my colleagues in New Zealand in areas of ICT for development. And through these lessons learned, as well as these insights gained, that, to give that, opportunity or the information for you to be able to actually possibly do such projects also in Malaysia, or wherever you are, if you are in if you are interested in this particular space. And I guess one of the areas that I want to also touch on is the community engaged learning, where students could also be involved as part of these projects. And some ideas also in terms of like moving forward. And I guess in this case, given the fact that I've been in New Zealand now about like 6 years and been working with the indigenous community here, with the Maori community, I've been fortunate enough to be able to learn a bit about their culture. And in this case, with the work that we've done in Malaysia, I've been able to see it from a different angle, I guess from the Maori lens in some sense. So, and in this case, so the first thing is, if you can see in the photo here, so you've got all these very well-dressed ladies. So this is in Bario, in Malaysia, and what they have in their hand is the pineapple, which is the, I guess probably one of the best, the juiciest pineapple that I've ever tested in the world. And this is in terms of welcoming people going to Bario. In this case, the Maori word is manaki tanga, which means to actually be generous, to actually look after your guests and all that. And there are lots of similarities between the indigenous communities, both in New Zealand, Malaysia, and I guess all over the world. And hopefully with this, I'll be able to get you to just think about it and then share some, that I'll be able to share some of these insights with you. Okay, probably a bit of background about myself. Thanks to Prof. Nadia Juliana for sharing earlier. And I guess you can actually see that, yes, I've been working now close to like 28 years. And I also realized that probably those in the audience are probably less than 28 years old. So yes, I've been around a lot, and I've worked on quite a number of projects, both in Malaysia and outside Malaysia with collaborators all over the world as well. And of that time, about 20 years, I've actually spent working with indigenous communities. So this is just in case that you are not aware where New Zealand is. Sometimes New Zealand is left off the world map. So in this case, I'm actually still I'm here at the University of Waikato over in North Island. So this is North Island, and yes, we are here. And later we are going to be mainly visiting the area that's in Sarawak. So I originally come from Kuching. And before we go into the journey into the rural jungle, it's just to say that, you know, Kuching is a big city, has the trappings of a city, you know, with the hotels, the McDonald's and all that. But the places that we are going to are actually kind of quite remote. And even though they are within the same state, you know, it's sometimes quite surprising that, you know, the infrastructure or lack of infrastructure is actually there. Probably as a start, we started the project, the eBarrio project, or my colleague started the eBarrio project with the ideas and all that, started in 1998, 99, and the project really got started, or should I say got really implemented around like 2000, 2001, and we started in Barrio. We then later replicated the 4 other locations in both Sabah and Sarawak, and we later got funding to try to replicate this. And my colleagues from the social sciences especially have been overseeing the replication of this over in West Malaysia with the Orang Asli. And as part of it, also we've been working with various groups, and these are with Maxis, where through the funding of the USP funding that we've been able to actually work with communities all throughout these locations. The communities that we work with are wide and varied, and as you can see here, and the main 2 communities that I'm going to be talking about are the Barrio, in Barrio, the Kelabit, as well as the Penan that are in Long Lamai. And as you know, with remote communities, the way we get there, walking, taking boat, flying a small plane, and also, on logging roads, and some of it is quite challenging. Some of my colleagues who actually have gone to do this road. So now, thank goodness, that particular road, that stretch of road is now sealed, not tar sealed, but at least it's actually a proper road going through. So yes, kind of like quite challenging. On the onset, the type of projects that we looked at was mainly to look at how technology can be able to deliver sustainable and social economic development. And how we actually do it is by working with the community to set up a telecenter. So you can think of it, it's an internet center run by the community for the community. And with those, with the facilities there, the communities can actually come in and then do various projects and all that with the researchers over there. And we also wanted to see how technology could also be used to address some of the needs and the opportunities that's available in those underserved locations. So the first one, Barrio. So you can see that red dot is where Barrio is. To fly, so it's quite straightforward. A small plane, 1 hour from Miri. You can now take an 18 hours logging road by 4-wheel drive. And I was told by some of the older folks that, you know, the traditional route to the nearest town would be a few months of trekking and then going by river. Now, Barrio is they're predominantly paddy planters at that time, and about 1,000 of them were there when we started the project. So in 12 villages, they are a religious community. There's no 24-hour electricity, no piped water. So what they have are what we call gravity-fed water. And they are scattered electricity provided through like small generators and all that, and no 24-hour power supply. Today, there is actually 24-hour supply provided by a huge solar grid. When we started, so this is the tele center, and as you can actually see, it's part of the shop house because we wanted a place where people do visit. Powered by genset and solar, and also at that time telephone computers were available there were actually two locations that actually internet was provided. One was actually at the school at the talent center. And I think some of the opportunities they took was no, they did have many 4-wheel drive. So I guess some of the times they had to actually go back to the traditional way of using the kerbau to actually take this was, I think, taking to the school. And in terms of the impact, so education, obviously with the school, primary school kids and secondary school kids being able to actually use internet. This is around 2000, 2001, even in the city, the students there wouldn't actually be able to use the internet. So, here we are, those who are in the remote community were able to actually access it. The group of people that really, I think, came on board was the lodge holders, because they were using this technology to communicate with their clients. And you can actually see, the graph actually shows the number of visitors actually taking off after the telecenter actually came in. And there was actually people who are from the urban areas moving back to Barrio because of the opportunities. And in this case, things like tracking, what's it called, tour groups tracking, going to visit the wildlife, go fishing, look at birds and all that. All this thing actually came about as well because of people that came in were actually interested in going to see, basically going to the forest to actually see the wildlife. And of course, there'll be entertainment and all this stuff. And one of the things that really struck me was, that they were also training the young ones in terms of doing the traditional dances. So, all this entertainment and all that was actually available as well. A good example where this technology really impacted. So this is Stephen Bayat. He was the resident artist in Hilton in Kuching. He went back to Barrio and still continued painting, and then made his livelihood out of a homestay. So you could actually go there, stay there, and then you were interested in paintings or buy his paintings. And when I talked to him, he said one of the reasons that he was able to actually go back to Barrio and to earn a living as well was mainly because of the internet. Because prior to that, if you were sending a letter from Barrio or going out by the normal post, it could take about 3 to 6 months before the letter arrives. So with the internet, you can actually organize quite a lot of things much easier. And I think one of the other things that they tacked upon was that the community decided, hey, we could actually do festivals. So in this case, this is Pestan Dukunan, which is the slow food festival. They will get people to come in to sample the food. So, with more people coming in, there's the opportunity for revenue earning and all that. We also work with the community to do the eBarrio Knowledge Fair. So this was an idea from Roger Harris, the father of eBarrio, that he actually came up with the idea that, people, conferences present papers, but not just the normal presentation of papers, but also providing in a way to actually that's I guess be digestible by the community, because some of the quite a number of the papers that are presented there are actually for the community. And with the eBarrio project, I think one of the things was, it helped to create a ripple of other projects as well. And I'm just bringing to your attention two particular projects. One was the Self-Sustainable Virtual Telecenter. This is Tan Chong Eng. And he found that, well, with the telecenter, it's kind of expensive, with one, the VSAT, basically that satellite technology there. In order to actually reach out to all the villages, as you can see in the red circles all over. So he came up with this virtual telecenter, which actually has implemented trial in Barrio, and then now it's actually working over in West Malaysia with the Orang Asli. Now the other picture, it seems like innocuous a picture. So you got two persons, so that's Fitri and then Tan. So they are actually in Barrio, and the rest of us are in Miri. What has happened is that we were working with a technology company over in Japan, and they wanted to determine whether, in this case, fiber optic could actually be used over in the rural area. So both Tan and Fitri are in the primary school. They are actually connected about a few kilometers of fiber optic to the telecenter. The transmission is beamed up to the satellite up in the sky or in space, down to Wangsa Maju, if I'm not mistaken, over in Kuala Lumpur or in West Malaysia, and then through an underwater cable, bringing that transmission across to Miri. So you can imagine that quite a fair distance, and basically the lag time was only about like 4 to 6 seconds when we actually did that. But, you know, basically that what we were able to actually attend the opening and then also see the activities that was actually carried out over in Barrio. And in this case, the Japanese were happy because they could actually see that the fiber optic technology could actually be used in rural areas whereby the source and the destination will be the only two locations that you require power. And you have the transmission across the 2 points without needing without needing power. So that was Barrio. Now we go to Long Lamai, and that's Long Lamai, also close to the Indonesian border. And to get there, you fly to Long Banga Airport. You can actually see the airstrip that's there. Then you take the boat about 2 hours. The other way is a 5-hour 4-wheel drive, and you end up in Lompuak, and then you take about an hour boat ride upriver. There is actually a path across, which is about an hour, the locals, but then you'll probably take, I guess, us, the non-locals, probably 2 to 3 hours across. I've always been the one that's trying to go the shortest path, but in this case, the shortest path is the longest route by the boat. Now, so the community that's in Long Lamai are Penan, and they are also Christian community. Again, also no electricity, there's no pipe water, there's not even a health clinic. The closest one, if I'm not mistaken, might be in Long Banga. The telecenter was actually set up about 2009, but we approached them about 2007 in terms of like talking to them and then to see whether they were willing to work with us in terms of like having that project over there. The Penan were nomadic, but now they've actually settled. There are some of the older folks are still walking around in the forest as well as continuing their traditional part of life. Again, the same thing with the telecenter. You have the power by solar panels, and then also, basically solar in this case. And over there also the opportunity providing telephone, because at that point in time, if they needed to make a phone call, I think they still have to go to Long Huat or Long Banga to actually make like the phone call. So, you know, when this thing came in, they were able to instantaneously make the phone call. What Garan Jingan, who is the telecenter manager there, said was that if you do not know about plants, you are not a Penan. And because the community, or should I say the Penan community, they were previously nomadic and they were in the jungle, but now they are settled. And what they've actually found that some of the younger generation do not know as much about about plants. So this is where the eToro project came in. And basically, one of the ideas was to do a toro where the family would bring their kids over to go into the jungle, and they'll set up things like a hut. The women will go about the activities like the cooking, collecting plants and all that. Whereas the boy will go with the father to go hunting and all that. So think of it as like activity based learning, that you actually do the activity to actually learn. Now, in order for this to actually happen, lots of knowledge is actually being passed on. Now, with the younger ones, I guess, there's less, motivation to do all this. So, they're interested in technology, and that's where we thought, okay, how is it that the older folks will be able to pass down some of this plant information and all that to the younger ones? So, the idea was to actually see, okay, let's see whether we can come up with the system. And this is work with done by Tarek Zaman, whom I think is going to be speaking later. So if there are opportunity, you might be able to actually ask him in more detail about this. And basically the idea was to have that indigenous botanical knowledge that's actually captured somehow. And here we actually have the solution whereby the older folks and the young folks, they are doing basically looking at like the design in this case. So you can actually see that yes, you have the writing in Penan, but then you also have. And because I guess the younger ones tend to be more technology savvy, so you can see that they're putting things like the checkbox, the text, the date, and all that stuff. They already are aware of this sort of things. And here you can actually have that sharing of knowledge at the very beginning. So in terms of the implementation, they actually developed the thing. and then got the users, the young ones, as well the older ones. So the capturing of the information, of course, was by the older ones, and then the young ones were the ones that are picking up the knowledge, and then they had the discussion, and through basically through that reflection, and basically this particular process, which we are, as you can actually see, really involves the users, from getting the consent from them, looking what the needs are, identify that there's a problem, and then both sides agree that this is an issue to be able to look at, and then through the solution. So they very much so that all this actually does involve the community, as I think what Dr. Zrafa was saying, that looking at solutions that are actually appropriate, in this case, really working closely with the community. Another project I'd like to highlight is the oral tangibles. Now, because the community were nomadic, so there will be when they are going to the jungle, they'll be leaving signs for the rest of the group when they're following to actually be able to know what's actually happening ahead. And my understanding is that usually before they go from one location to another, they will actually have the young one, the men and all that going ahead as the first party, and then later on the family will come along. And if you think about it, they were already doing sustainable living because they would stay in an area for a certain period of time, and then they'll move on, and then the other place will allow time to actually grow. So they'll go through this cycle. But now, basically, they've actually settled in Long Lamai. So in this case, using this as an example, so the message here is I have left a 100 ball, a 100 ball for you in this direction. So the ball is reflected in this particular leaf, and then you got the dart because they used a lot of blowpipes to actually kill the animal. So in this case, so I guess with the stick pointing there, they'll say I've left something in this particular direction. Now, what they actually found as part of the research was that the older folks know a lot of the signs, but not the younger ones. And in order for them to be able to try to find out a way to actually do so. So in this case, what was done was they actually use what they call tangible objects. So these are felt tips. And this is like, I guess, a small board, and then you actually assemble it. So each of these artifacts, in this case, like the dart is actually on top of there. So there are, in this case, 3 components: the stick, the plant, the leaf, as well as the the dart. So in which case you have all of this there. So when you actually take each of this artifact and then you press it onto the iPad, it's actually creating that particular object on the iPad. And what you're doing is allowing the younger ones to be able to learn about the science on the iPad using the tangibles that's actually being created. So they actually created quite a few of them. And as part of the research study, they found that there was actually an increase in the knowledge of this particular sign language. So in terms of the impact, besides the project that was actually done, of course, connectivity, because of the opportunity that, hey, you can actually call your family who are actually outside. But then also, again, tourism was one of the things that actually picked up. They've got more boats as well. Handicrafts, one of my colleagues over at Unimas worked with the community, and they started making these handicrafts, and they actually managed to sell some of these handicrafts via Facebook. So again, opportunities to use technology to actually deliver socioeconomic benefits. Of course, you have the lodges, and some of them would be creating like tours that you bring it into the jungle, and then you be actually to sample the food that's actually there. Now, one of the things is also one of the things was they actually have this poison. So it's from this tajam tree. So with that poison, that's how they actually put it at the end of the dart, and then they can actually kill animals with that. So from what I've heard from them, they say that poison is enough, can actually kill people, but they have the antidote, but then the antidote they're probably only keeping within the village and not telling the people outside. Let's see. Okay, I guess an interesting story is that, as I mentioned, the Penans are nomadic people, so they live on land. Now, they're actually now living by river, and they found that, hey, the transport by river is also quite good. So what Wilson told me was that earlier on, when they started driving the boats or using the boats, there was a lot of like capsized boats and all that. But now, that 2-hour boat ride, there are rapids, and there are certain parts I still remember whereby, you know, as you're going up river, there are like boulders there, because when it's actually when there's dry season, less water, so the boulders are there, and you can actually, it's kind of amazing that they are actually able to navigate the longboat going up. So the big satellite dish was also transported by the longboat, and so they have actually adapted to the new lifestyle in that sense. So I think one of the coolest thing about this, this was reported by Tarek in one of his papers, that, you know, the Penans previously were seen as a backward group. You know, they were against progress because some of them would going for the logging, so, you know, they did not accept the, you know, compensation and all that. So they said, no, we don't want that. But because the fact that, you know, especially like with the Penans now working with you know, with Tarek, so I guess in this particular these papers, they've actually won some awards, and it's quite cool to see that the Penans who are now who are not previously seen as backward, but now are actually seen as being more modern, because, you know, they are now using technology, but they're also participating in world-class research. So now, after Malaysia, now we are actually going to Aotearoa, New Zealand. And this is a project that we started working with the Fakatohia Iwi, which is approximately, I think, in 2000. And we started working with them on other things in 2016. And this project more or less really got started around 2019. Now, the red dot there is where this particular community is from, Opotiki. And luckily for me this time, in order to get there, I don't have to fly, I don't have to go on a boat, I don't have to walk. It's a 3-hour drive. And I can tell you that I actually enjoyed the drive going there, because a beautiful scenery, but, you know, it's just straight 3 hours getting there. The Fakatohia, they're a tribe, a Maori tribe, and they comprise of 6 hapu, or 6 sub-tribes, and they've got 15,000 registered members. Quite a few of them are outside, living outside Opotiki. Very similar things as well, rural-urban migration in this case. But one thing going for them was that, you know, very, you know, in the 1800s, as you can see, Danny Paruru, who's our contact there, was saying that, you know, over that particular location, they're very fertile land, and there were, you know, there was lots of growth and lots of opportunities, but unfortunately colonization happened and their land was confiscated. So, you know, they are still going through that settlement process, but I think in the 50s, I think there was some compensation that was actually given to them. Oh, yes. And how the indigenous community, or how the Maori actually identify where you're from, is actually through the waka, which is like the boats. Getting of like a boat where they come from. So the families that came from one particular waka, one particular boat, were considered you know, descendants of that particular person. And then when they come together, usually the names are associated with the name of one of the tupuna, or one of the ancestors. So with the Fakatohia Maori Trust Board, they got started looking after the funding, and they're doing various projects and all that. So I think one of the cool things about them is that, you know, they've been running, I think, since 1952, if I'm not mistaken, this trust board. So their vision, Kote Kai Hoki I Waiawa, which is to be the football that feeds the world. Because remember, they were quite fertile, and they are still, they are now getting there in that sense. And if you look at their purpose, Kia Rangitira Ai Uri or Fakatohia, which is, you know, to invest in the well-being of the people, and then to increase also, you know, in terms of like investing in terms of the people, but also in terms of their prosperity as well. And we started working with them. So we did help them set up this telecenter, but they actually have their own digital, because one of the aspirations that they have was to ensure that the tamariki and the rangatahi, the children as well as the youth, are actually involved or being exposed to technology. And that's why some of the projects are actually working with them. And that's, you know, this youth and the young ones, they are able to actually pick up the technology and being able to actually move forward and future careers in IT, because they do understand that, there's opportunities out there in this particular space. So with the Waiata app, so how this happened was in 2019, myself and Anika, one of my colleagues over here, went to went to Opotiki. And because Anika had been doing a location-based mobile research, and then she showed them what are the things that they were done. And then at that point in time, Danny and Anita were there, and they were saying, it would be quite cool to actually capture the wayata. So wayata is traditional songs, chants, lullabies, and these are mainly used to communicate and preserve cultural and historical teachings. And again, predominantly the older generations are know this. And even just recently, there was someone actually had passed away, and with that, some of this knowledge actually, has gone. So with Anita, she's also with the Research and Archive Trust, and they actually looked at how they can actually capture this wayata, and they present it, in this case, with the app. So you actually have, in this case, this design actually came from a community member, and they collected the different wayata, the different songs. They had the Maori, plus also the English translation of the lyrics. They also have information about the authors, and also providing other information about the stories behind this, as well as, I guess, the learnings and all that associated with it. And one of the things that one of the Anika's research was in terms of how do we provide technology such that the community can actually, in this case, providing the knowledge without burdening them, or without the ICT being a barrier for them. So there's this tipple, and this is the interface, and through the discussion that tipple interface is where the community put in the information, and then there's a backend that runs from the interface, and then both comes out the Android as well as the Apple app. And then that could be actually downloaded. So at the end, the project was launched in 2020 with the Wayata app and the dashboard as part of the outcomes. So if you got now 30 plus Wayata, data sovereignty is very important, or data protection. So in which case, 3 are public that people can actually see and can share. The next step is actually to incorporate things like video with the actions of the people singing, as well as doing the actions and then putting it in. And again, a cool story. This was related to me by Anita, who's saying that they had to go to the marae, which is I guess the traditional meeting place for the Maori. And there are when someone gives up a speech, it's always followed by wayata to support the speaker. And Anita was saying it was quite cool to say that some of the kuya, some of the older ladies was taking out the mobile phone and then looking through to see which of the wayata they can actually use to actually sing. So, because this thing is very much driven by the community, that these are things that they are actually continue to use. And we are trying to actually collect more of this wayata to actually put into the app. So reflecting back on all the things that's been done, and I do realize that there was a lot of similarities in terms of the project working with the indigenous communities. And these are some of the, what I would call the critical success factors, things that you probably would need to look at if you are wanting to embark on this type of projects. So the first one is relating to relationships. So the Maori word is whanaungatanga, which is relationships. And then to make relationship is whakawhanaungatanga, the establishing of relationship. And they have actually a word for this because relationships are very important to them. So in this case, we have built quite a strong relationship now with the Whakatohea iwi, and there's that trust that's been built over these years with us delivering what we say, and then they've been very good in terms of working with us, and they'll be very open in terms of sharing the information with us as well to ensure that the project actually goes forward. And as part of this relationship, we have identified people who we call local champions. So in this case, for Barrio, this is John Trawe. He's the telecenter manager at that time, so he's done many other things. He's now a counselor. But he's been with us all throughout the various projects that we did. This is the Pemancha, who is the paramount chief over in Barrio. And the lady here is Lucy Bulan, who was one of the principal, who was a secondary school principal when the project actually started. So these are the key people that command a lot of respect, and they are the ones that were able to actually help with the community as well. The other one is in Lamai, we have Wilson Biabalare, who is the headman, and also in this case, Garan Jangan. He was a retired government servant who actually had gone back to Long Lamai. And I mean, as I say, the Penans are quite wise. There was a saying, just talking to Wilson, I think every time I see him, it reminds me of this saying that he says, Biar pengemis di hutan, jangan jadi pengemis di kaki lima. The reason was because a lot of people had left Long Lamai and gone to the town. But then if you think about it, right, if you're actually pengemis, a beggar in Long Lamai, you can still feed yourself because you're in the jungle. This is your home. You can actually still, get and live and all that. But if you become pengemis di kaki lima, you don't have much, and that's why, that's one of the things that I think they actually pass on to the younger ones who are actually thinking about going out as well. And so that's actually Long Lamai. Garen has been doing a lot of project work together with Tarek, and there's a paper that actually written as part of the Fusion conference. So over there you'll be able to actually identify the references and be able to actually get some of the information of the words that's there. Last but not least, Anita, who's with the Research Archive Trust, as well as Danny Paruru, who is the iwi Development Manager for the Fakatohia Maori Trust Board. So these are the people that we work closely with, and basically what we also realize is before I go to the next slide, I think I also like to acknowledge there are those people who introduce us to the community. So in this case, one of the key persons was Pauline Bala, who was also a researcher, now associate professor, Pauline Bala. She was a researcher with the social science over at UNIMAS, and she was one who actually played a key player in that as well, because she was actually from the village and then worked very closely with the project as well as with the community. Over with the Long Lamai, we had Dr. John Pua. He was also a researcher at social science, had built a relationship with them and provided that connection going into the community. And for Fakatohia, it was Maui Hudson, who is he's now the director of a research institute over at Waikato University, and he was the one that introduced me to Danny in 2016. Now, these people play a key role is because they are like the gatekeeper. They're just to ensure that people coming into the community are people who would be able to actually assist and help, and not create havoc and all that stuff as well. So, going back to the researchers, the students, the people who are working in the projects, all of this, I guess in some sense we were blessed that quite a lot of them were already culturally competent, or they actually observed the social scientists working with the community. And one of the interesting things was, as we were doing this particular paper, we put chance on, this is the guiding principles for Maori researchers by Linda Smith in decolonizing methodologies. So she had actually identified these principles, and when I look at those principles, I realized that, hey, they're not only working with the Maori, but then also with indigenous communities, even with the one that's over in Malaysia. So I give you some examples. So let's say, for example, the first one, which is Aroha Kite Tangata, respect for the people, that we should accept and then respect each other's opinion, because each of us, whether you're from the university or from the community, have respective knowledge, are experts in various things. I guess one way to flip it is, sometimes, people from rural areas that come to the city and then think, they're from the rural area, they don't know anything, right? I always tell people that imagine if you were in the jungle, you also would be out, you will be also lost. And even worst case scenario, you might be bitten by a snake or eaten by a wild animal, right? So in this case, everybody actually has expertise and knowledge, and then we should actually respect this. And with this particular trust of these commitments and all that between the two, then you'll be able to resolve conflicts, be able to manage expectations between the two. The second one I'd like to touch on is the Kanohi Kitia, the scene phase. And we do spend time visiting the community, and it does take time. Over in Barrio, I was informed at that time that when you actually go to the community, if people see you and they know that you've been around and all that, so they will see you as someone that they know as opposed to a stranger. And if, let's say, you are going to ask for a collaboration or to work with them, they will work with somebody they would know as opposed to a stranger that just pop up. The last one I'd like to talk to is Titiro Whakarongo Korero, which is observe, listen before speaking. This one I can apply back when we first started in the eBio project. When we first arrived, and there were quite a few first few trips, every time when we arrive, we thought, we go straight and then get work done, right? But I always think, why is it that some of these social scientists, they keep on going to minum kopi saja, go to the coffee shop and then just drink coffee with the community. They was thinking, they're not doing their work until I observed and I listened and I found out that when they're actually drinking coffee, they are actually catching up on the latest news. So they know who has passed, who has not, who you can see, and so on and so forth. And these are some of the things that, when you're actually doing this type of projects, that you need to go in and you need to listen. And I guess the last one is the seventh one that I like. Be humble. People say, you're from the university, you know a lot. So yes, within the context of the university. But when you step into the realm of the indigenous community, they are the experts. So sometimes when you go in, you may have to take a back seat to actually realize that you do not know everything. And then you have to be kia manaki, which is be humble. Mentioned as well earlier on that community needs come first. And if you think about it, this is a very user-centered design. User involvement, again, very much user-centered, because with participatory design, co-design, you are actually working with the community, with the users, except that these users are much more involved than just, you're getting information or evaluation, usually test results from them, but they are actually part of the project in terms of like designing and then moving forward. This is, I guess, for those of you who are in research. So I have been very lucky that in UNIMAS, as well as the University of Waikato, that they are supportive of the work that I actually do. Most of the, as you academics know that, for promotions, it's projects, it's writing papers, it's the publications, the citations that actually get things going. So in this case, I'm sad to say that you are still doing this. If you are wanting to do this project, you still have to think about the academic research side of things in terms of publication. And there are publications out there which are high impact, but probably in the space that you can actually publish to. And then one of the example is the Electronic Journal of Information Systems in developing countries. And I think it has some impact factor, but it's also considered as, basically it's also considered as a reputable journal. So you still have to do that research, but try to find ways whereby you can actually incorporate what you're actually doing, but ticking the boxes of the academic side, but also on the socio-economic benefits. So I guess in this case, for the Waiata app, we managed to do a publication from it. And this was from Anika, who was saying that, we can actually get all this and write it up. And we managed to actually do that together with another paper with the Fijian indigenous community as well. So, it is actually possible. But then again, just ensuring that whatever that you are publishing is actually given the okay, by the support. Because if you take that into account and you look after the university will also look after you. As you would say, inshallah. Last one. I guess the last item is the community engaged learning. So I guess I'm quite passionate about this, is because these are things that I'm also doing. So I look after a paper called Preparing the Students for the Internship. And as part of that particular paper, the students have to work on a project. They do the requirements, they do a first prototype and a final prototype. And what they do is they work with the external client, in this case, the community partner. And they also work on a problem that's actually of concern to the community. So in this case, the current one that they're actually looking at is called the Whakapapa app. It's about the genealogy, because the community are very interested in wanting to actually ensure that they know the connections and all that. So the community are the ones that came up with this is a concern of them. The students are working with them. They are being accessed. They are being evaluated in that particular paper. And the students are working in the IT space as well. So this is the community engaged learning that we think is a good way to actually involve community, but also have the students involved. And the benefits are, of course, the students, they'll be able to apply their skills, but then you'll be able to apply, the 4 C's, the collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity skills on the projects. Quite a lot of the students that I have are international students, so this is an opportunity for them to visit Opochiki. And in this case, one of the photos, you can see that we actually visit one of the marae. So the students actually feedback, they say, they learn quite a lot, not only about the technology being used, but also the environment. So this is the Te Ao Maori, the Maori world. Okay, and providing that the opportunity to learn about a different culture, but then also being able to get that different perspective as well. And all this is actually, what the project is actually doing good. It is actually creating that good citizenship. So we group all this is under what we call the technology for good type projects, or Hangarau Mote Ora. And moving forward, relationships are ongoing, and I still keep in touch with people like John Trawe with the usual WhatsApp and all that. You do also remember with the projects that's ongoing that the project done well has ripple effects. And in this case, the Waiata was one of the projects. There's also the digital library project. We also got a Takuhiko and the Whakapapa project coming also with that particular community. So work well on that first project, and with that trust and relationship built, you are able to actually extend and get more in that sense. And I guess for those practitioners, those in the companies and all that, there's an opportunity for them to come in to be mentors to the students, even to be involved in the engagement, and also in the as collaborators with the researchers in this case. And this is a good opportunity for for everybody to work together to be able to to move forward. And basically this is a summary slide that yes, with the indigenous communities, you can actually help social as well as the economic benefit side. With the university, yes, capacity building, because with researchers coming in, you're building their skill sets, the new knowledge with the publications, and then creating the new opportunities for projects and so on and so forth. But working with the different stakeholders and different groups, and I guess with the industry in that sense that there's that opportunity to work together for for good. But in this case, providing the expertise and that training. And so technology for good. Hopefully I've given you some, I guess, insights into the different projects that's actually out there and how we can actually work with them, and also give you a bit of motivation to say that it can actually be done. And it's actually quite good fun as well. That everybody can play a part, whether you're from the university or from industry, from the government. And where we have students involved in the community engaged learning, there's that opportunity, that the students are being developed in terms of their talent. And, with this case, what we hope at the end, as a product outcome is that, that the students are what we call socially responsible global citizens. So a couple of quotes lastly. We can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. And I found that this was actually spoken by this was a quote by Ronald Reagan. But it is true that, yes, you cannot help everybody. You can actually help somebody. Same thing, you can help a community. And then if everybody helps the community, chances are everybody will be able to help someone. And the last one is Nata Roro, Na Taku Roro Ka Ora Ai Te Wiwi, which means to say, with your food basket and my food basket, the people will thrive. With your resources, your knowledge, your expertise, and mind together, when we group together, we can actually work together to actually build a better world. So thank you to the Barrio Long Lamai and the Pakatohia community. Also to the local champions, and also the support from my former colleagues and my former bosses over at Unimas, and also to the current one with the School of Computing and Mathematical Sciences at the University of Waikato, New Zealand. And thank you very much. Ngā tō koutou patai, which means any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Alvin. That would be very, very inspiring work of yours. Terima kasih Ngami. And then I think we have I pick up one or two words from what we when we are there in New Zealand.
Excellent.
So I think we have 10 more minutes for Q&A since we start a bit late just now. We have a few questions in the chat. But before we take the questions, thank you so much, Dr. Alvin, for sharing. I remember the critical success factors that you mentioned is like what we have here in Malay, masuk kandang kambing mengembek, masuk kandang harimau mengaum, something like that.
Yes.
All right, so let's take one question from the participants from the floor. So we have here Katriza. Thank you, Dr. Alvin. Such interesting work. So comparing both communities in Sarawak and also New Zealand, how is actually their reception, their acceptance towards the project conducted? And I guess also you have mentioned about some of the projects, future projects with other rural communities. Probably want to highlight these to the audience as well.
Okay, thanks. So I guess in terms of the acceptance, that's why it's quite crucial that when someone does introduce you in, or if you're working with them, I think you do need to spend that time to get to know the other party rather than just going straight into the project. And it's true, that's why it's called the whakawhanaungatanga, that building that relationship. Once you actually build that relationship and then you actually are able to understand each other and also being able to understand what their problems, what their issues are and all that, it is likely that if you're actually focusing on the problem that they are facing, it will be highly accepted. You know, that's the reason why in the HCI, we talk about the user-centered design, because we are trying to deliver, I guess, try to address the goals or the challenges of that specific users, in this specific context. And once you actually are able to talk to them and understand what their problems are, I think there was someone who actually said, you should ask why. Why is it that you're wanting this? Ask the 5 whys. And then once you actually knuckle down to what the actual problem is, then you'll be able to actually say, then let's look at the solutions that's actually coming up. So as long as you are working with the community, as long as you're communicating well with them, and there is that to and fro communication, the chances of acceptance is going to be quite high. And things like with the Wayata project, and then even with the e-barrio project early on, so they knew that it was actually important for their existence. In terms of our future projects as well, again, sorry, Juliana, could you repeat the second part of the question in terms of the future projects?
It's just that is there any future project with other rural communities? Because we have seen that you're working with Penang Malays, Wakato Kaiwi, Wakato Hiaiwi. So is there any more?
Yeah, so one of the things I've learned is this what they call the Pareto rule, 90%, 10%. So at the moment, my 90% of the effort is into 10%. So in this case, all my effort is in this particular EV, because there's actually in this universe, or should I say in this particular faculty, there's about 5 of us who are actually really interested in working in this particular project. So we can't really expand. However, the community that we're working with, Whakatoria iwi, they were saying that, we are happy to actually share our knowledge with other iwis. So funnily enough, next month, we are going to be visiting another community as well. And that particular community was through, again, an introduction by someone who's actually there. And what we're hoping is to be able to, like a cookie cutter, we done the Wayata app on this site already. When we go to this particular community, if Wayata is something that they're interested in capturing, we already have got the best practice in some sense to actually go for, or the methodology to be able to actually go forward with it as well. But one of the things that I also realized is that you have to have a balance. You cannot do everything. So that's the reason why predominantly we're just focusing on that particular EV. We're happy to share the knowledge, and people like Danny and Anita, they've actually done quite a few presentations with Anika in conferences and all that as well. And even with this particular conference, I asked permission also from Nara, from the Institute at Unimas. but also from Danny to say that, hey, you know, is it okay if I actually present the work that we've done? And yeah, they're happy to do that. So this sharing hopefully will help other community as well. So over in Malaysia, jangan khawatir. There are people I know in Unimas, and also Tarek would probably know. I think service learning is the umbrella. I think that, you know, the Malaysian education blueprint, if I'm not mistaken, they have that service learning, right? So I know Tarek has also been doing that, and then also working in the community. He might be able to point out to you who are the other people who are actually doing it with the indigenous community as well. But the other thing I also want to mention is that, you know, don't only just work with the indigenous community, jangan paksa, okay, to actually do that. You can also work with other communities around you, you know, who may be actually needing the. So ultimately, it's trying to find. Sad to say, it's a bit like trying to find the jodoh, right? You have to actually find the right partner, because this is a long-lasting relationship. Okay, and that's the reason why you need to actually, you know, not get to know them better, and then understand whether both sides are agreeable to moving forward as well. And once that happens, then things are a bit easier. Is there any questions?
Yeah, okay. So probably we can take one more question, yeah. MC and also Dr. Alvin. So basically, there are from Nurul Ibrahim here, there are several similarities between indigenous. Most of the time, they are very protective of the culture. So far, in your opinion, how well do you see that them embrace the emergence of technology?
Okay.
And also how researchers can tolerate and blend between the technology and also culture.
Yeah. So I guess the data is a big issue, especially in New Zealand. And I think it's partly because, you know, with the issues of colonization, and, you know, there's always been researchers coming in, working with the community, and then just taking, and then not giving back to the community. And data is one of them as well. And that's why people are always afraid. And that's the reason why you need to build that trust. So with the Whakatohea Iwi, they know that the things that they will share with us, we are not going to use it, publish papers, and then disseminate it all over the world. They know that we will be careful with the knowledge that they actually provided to us. And that's the reason why, if you look at it, they actually said, okay, 3 of the Waiata, they can put in public, 30 they will keep, because those are the things that are important to them as well. So in this case, ultimately, some communities are more open than others. In this case, one of the things that could actually be done is, especially when you're researchers, you're wanting to publish and all that, what is important to them usually is the data. And chances are what is of interest to you is the publication. There is sometimes that you can actually work some sort of a compromise that you can publish about the methodology, the approach that you actually take, without actually, you know, exposing the data that's actually being used. And that could be, I guess, a good compromise as well. And I think that's the reason why, when you're truly talking to them as well, have an understanding that, you know, what are the things that, you know, they are okay to be published and not okay to be published. Because without that, you know, halfway down the track, after you invested all the time, they say, oh, we decide, you know, these are something we don't want to actually put out to the world. Then you're stuck, right? So that's why I have that conversation earlier as well, in terms of what can or cannot actually be, what can or cannot be actually shared as well. And again, sorry, the second part of the question, I only got the first part of the question.
Okay, how basically as researchers, right? So normally we come with the technology. So how we can tolerate between this technology and also the culture that basically possessed with these tribe and so on.
Okay, so actually that's a good question now. So I give you this in terms of a story. There is a community in Sarawak which with a failed telecenter. The telecenter tak jalan. Main reason is because this was a top-down. The person wanted the telecenter to be there because he saw how successful Barrio was. But then we didn't build that relationship. We didn't understand what were their needs and all that stuff as well. So there were other issues as well. But because you actually have that telecenter that's there, nobody is usually using it because, you know, they don't know about it. They don't know what are the things that can be done with it and so on and so forth. And I guess it goes back again, to the, I guess goes back to the very beginning, that you should be talking to the person just to ensure that this technology is something that they want. So I know that I was a researcher once, that you have built this. How can it be used? You don't paksa. Jangan paksa. What you do is like what Anika had done was, she said that these are the technology that's being used in these different contexts. Looking from your side, what are the problems that you think some of this technology can be used? So therefore, what you're doing is trying to see how that technology actually fits. There are times, it's just like, boyfriend, girlfriend, sometimes tak kena kan. So sometimes when you actually have a tool or the technology, it just does, is tak ngam with the community. Don't paksa, because then tak de. That's time to move on to another community. So always be careful, because if you're addressing what the community wants with the technology that you have, great. But if you have the technology that the community does not want, and then they just take because they feel segan not to say no, then there will be problems later on as well. I think one of the best ways that you know that your community is really trusting you and also you are able to communicate well is when they can say no. Because if they're there to say no to you, then of course they say in a nice way, so, Alvin, I think this case, this one might not be that appropriate. So you know that they are saying no to you, because there are some community, because segan kan, you from university, whatever you say must be good. They just, they giving them the technology and they just diam, senyum, say, yeah. But actually, dalam hati tu, it's actually not really what they're actually wanting to do. So build that relationship, really understand what their issue, what their problem is. And then if you have doing various projects, provide it to them. And sometimes it might be an idea that's actually coming from them. So say, for example, virtual reality. I know, probably Juliana, you're into the virtual reality, mixed reality, right? So just recently, we just had a workshop with, these are the young, I guess, what they call Form 4, Form 5, Form 6, lower 6, upper 6 students, to actually get them to be exposed to technology. So one of the guys who are actually doing this, they use a VR to help to actually get the students to create the marae, to build the marae virtually. And while they're building the marae, they actually teach them what are the different parts of the marae, And in this case, you can see that the technology is already there, the VR is there, but there is sense of how you're using the technology. And some of the kids really enjoy it, not only because it's technology, but they are also learning about their culture. So, there are many ways that you can actually do this. And ultimately, again, it's like our HCI, user-centered approach, users first, in terms of thinking what are their needs, what are their problems. And then therefore, will be acceptance, the usability and all that will be more likely to be good.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Alvin. Yeah, we can also take, can we take another 2 questions, Dr. Alvin?
Can.
Yeah, because organizer says that we have time to take more question. So this is from Chai and Tan. So thank you for your wonderful sharing, Doctor. As a researcher, did you go in to engage the community with a research question, or did the community find you to solve their problems?
Yeah. So,
which way?
So it could be both ways, but usually is that when you go to the committee and talking to them, it is likely that the problems that they tell you, you may already have solutions. Okay. So say, for example, like the eToro project that I was talking about, the one that Tarek was doing in terms of capturing the plant information. Okay. So there is that problem. Tarek knows that there are probably a number of ways to actually solve it. Okay. And they were able to actually come to an idea of how we can work together to actually deliver that particular solution. Okay. So usually when you go in, sometimes you may have a research question. I can't really think, well, in this case, the research question for us was basically how can technology help to address the challenges of the community, right? And then it's always going back to the community. What is it that they're actually facing that your technology can help them? So I know, as I mentioned just now, you have different solutions. you also have different research questions. Sometimes some of these research questions, you can actually go to the committee and say, okay, of course, put it in such a way that they understand, and then find out what are the things that they seem to be able to actually work with you. Okay. I put it another way, another cerita. It's like, wow, budget cerita ni. So, when we were doing the e-Barrio Knowledge Fair, one of the things that was done was that we were not presenting papers to the community because after 20 minutes, everybody, I think, tidur already in that sense. So it was done the other way, that there were a number of technologies that was provided to them, presented in 5 minutes to the community. And then the community voted in terms of how they would like what technology. So they actually, each one, I think, got about 3 votes, I think in terms of paper and all that. And then I think there was about 30 or 40 of the committee members that were there. So one of it, I remember the winner was the e-wallet. Because over in rural areas, there's no ATM, can't. But they want to transfer money between people and all that. So the e-wallet, perfect solution. So there had a number of solutions that was out there, and then the committee voted on which of this project that they wanted to go forward. So the committee spoke in terms of like the votes are there, by Undi in that sense. Again, you can see that solutions are there. Problems might be, from our side are there. Ultimately, it is seeing how you can actually, with the community, be able to do that so-called connection. And so I think that's probably the way to go about it in that sense. And then when you go to a community, as I mentioned, ideally it should be someone introducing this, because in the university, everybody come together, more or less by the first, second meeting, things will jalan already. When you're working with the community, the first one is actually just to meet up, to understand, to talk to them. Only later on, a bit down the track, then to see whether some of these projects. So it can take a bit longer in terms of the investment, but I don't know. I mean, for me anyway, it is quite a good opportunity that you can do what they call do some good, that you can actually get some benefit out of it. So that's, I guess, that satisfaction in that sense. You don't become millionaire because I'm still working.
Yeah. There's no millionaire in academician if you are really, really into societies.
Unless you keluar and then you become some new technology that you're actually developing, that's possible.
There is another one. I guess this is because this is very, very academic.
No worries. Yes. I fully understand.
Because it's related to the papers,
Yeah.
So because some of the academic research with the community projects normally very difficult to produce a paper.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is from Rohaya Latif. So how did you overcome this? How do you find things to write in papers and so on?
Yeah. So I guess again 2 ways. So this is not the. I still remember this is how to get your PhD or how not to get your PhD. One of the ways was you do the exploratory approach. You do, and if some of this can be actually written up. That's a bit dangerous, but sometimes you may have to do that. So I do. Yes, it is true that it is actually quite difficult to be able to actually publish some of this. I think ultimately it's like when you're actually doing. Have an idea of maybe some of the possible journals that you might want to get into. So say, for example, the project that we managed to report on for the latest journal was on the work integrated learning. And that one, actually, we did not have it in mind that when we were actually doing when we actually sat down and Adhika was saying that, oh, no, we should actually write this up. And then we realized that particular conference that we presented also had like a journal and so, and that's why we worked getting that publication for that particular journal. Now, that journal, I don't know whether it's recognized by what they call the government, by the school in terms of what they call performance-based research funding. So in New Zealand, universities are given funding based on the research rating, I guess something like Setara in that sense. And they do have different areas and also what are the papers that they're contributing to that particular area. So in this case, for HCI, you already know that places like Interact, Kai, and then there are a few others as well. I think the British Computers, or the BCS, the British Computer Society, I think also has a conference as well. Those are the conferences that they are there. Have a look at the type of papers they are able to actually accept, and then that would also give you an idea in terms of what are the things that can actually be done. One of the things, a lot of times, sometimes it's also, sending the paper to see whether there's any luck. This is many years ago, about 9 or 10 years ago. We did publish a paper on this approach in terms of building technology, the eToro one. But then contribution was more on the methodology in terms of how we are working with the community, with a methodology, basically with the participatory action research approach incorporated into the methodology. So depending on the area that you're wanting to work on, you might, before you really start, have a look at also the papers that are already published, in conferences or journals as well. This question, I would suggest also afterwards ask Tarek because he has been quite prolific in the writing as well. And I do know that he works closely with, with Heike, Winchester Theophilus. And I guess a plug as well. So there is also a highly rated conference, the participatory PDC, participatory
design conference.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that conference is coming to Cebu in Sarawak in 2024. So I know that conference does a lot of these community type projects as well. So, trying to find those locations. There you go. Tarek, you are here. So, so in this case, you already got a possible conference that you can actually publish. Find out what are the papers that are accepted in those type of areas, but also talk to people like Tarek and all that. He's in Sarawak. So dekat saja.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin. I guess our time is up. Thank you very much for your sharing, Dr. Alvin. This is very crucial because we now, in the era of pentahelix, we see we have heard about triple helix, and now they are going to pentahelix. So this is very good avenue for us all to embark, work with indigenous, work with the society, and so on and so forth, and also the industry, government, and so on. So thank you very much, Dr. Alvin. So I thank you very much, and thank you for all questions by participants. So I give the floor back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Alvinio for the very inspiring keynote. And also, many thanks to Dr. Juliana Aida for moderating the sessions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 3-minute break before we continue to the next session. Okay, welcome back everyone. Without further ado, let's move to the next session. Next, we will have Dr. Yunis Sari from UX Indonesia and our moderator, Dr. Noris Muhammad Norawi from University Putra Malaysia. Dr. Yunis will talk on UX leadership, managing diverse internal and external stakeholders. Please welcome Dr. Yunis and Dr. Noris.
Thank you, Zafri. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in the second session of the second day of Fusion 2022. My name is Noris binti Muhammad Norawi. Please just call me Noris, and I will be the moderator for this session. For the whole day, we have lined up several great speakers, but for this particular session, I am delighted to introduce to you all a very well-known and prominent figure in the HCI and UX community, an excellent researcher, and also a great friend of mine, and also a great friend to many of us here, Dr. Yunis Sari. Hello, Dr. Yunis, are you here?
Hello, Dr. Noris. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you. I hope you're fine also. And
Yes.
we're very glad to have you here with us. So before we start, let me read a little bit more about Dr. Yunis's impressive background. Dr. Yunis is the CEO and co-founder of UX Indonesia and co-founder of Customer Experience Insight Proprietary Limited in Australia. In addition, she helped co-founded the ACM SIGCAI Indonesia chapter, which was actually the first local chapter for ACM SIGCAI in Asia, which was back in 2015. She is also an honorary university fellow at Charles Darwin University in Australia. She has over 20 years of experience in the field and has always been passionate in facilitating collaboration between academics and industries. So without further ado, I welcome Dr. Yunis to share her insights with us on UX leadership, specifically on how to manage diverse internal and external stakeholders. Dr. Yunis, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Noris. Hello, everyone. It's good to see a lot of you here and a lot of familiar faces. Thank you for Dr. Nur Zuraifa, who actually have invited me and all other friends, and looking forward to have a chat with you, Dr. Noris, today. And so this is, I'm looking forward to meet a lot of new faces, actually. I don't know many of the name here, but I'm sure that we are going to have a lot of conversation and a lot of discussion throughout the journey of HCI and UX in Southeast Asia. So today I'm going to share some stories, and it's more on what I've been through in things that like a disclaimer, things that happened to me, things that I experienced in this area might not be relevant to you, but hopefully it can be an inspiration for you to do your own journey. So let me start. So as Dr. Noris said before, like I started my career in HCI and UX in 2002. So it's been a while, like 20 years ago. And when I started my career in UX, I had no clue what I was going to do. So I did not even know that there was a name called UX. So what I knew was actually like HCI, and then how we can actually understand the users, how we actually involve them in the process. And so in order to create something better solution for them. So why did I start my company? Because I was so fascinated that to see that there is the social part of computer science, which is through HCI, because my own background was not in computer science. So I learned computer science as I get into HCI. So that was a really like an interesting way to enter the HCI. And my background was in education. And I thought, okay, well, we could actually collaborate people from a different discipline, and then how we can actually do something to make things to make life better. So I started my company called Translate Easy. So the Translate Easy is basically like a translating ideas into solution. So translating whatever like a user have in their mind, and then like get into how we can actually transform this into a requirement for developing product and services. When I started my company, I found no other organization doing this one yet. So I thought, okay, why not? I should start something new. And I think I want to see that if this works. It's not that I have a lot of resources to try something risky, but that I have a vision. Maybe one day this company can be valuable for a lot of people in the region, because I'm very much like bound into the work that's happening in Southeast Asia, especially. But what I did was actually not exactly what I experienced. What was not exactly what I expected, because I received rejection after rejection, rejection and rejection. Why did I get rejected? Because people could not understand what I was doing. Even up to now, people do not understand, what are you doing? Why not doing marketing? Why not doing computer science? It's clear. But why is it in the middle, in the beginning? So, and it was hard, especially in the beginning. I have not met anyone from Malaysia yet. At that time, I met Masita in 2010 or 2011. I met Norris after that, and then I met a lot of people after that. But at that time, I did not meet anyone, and the only things that I heard was from US, from Europe, and I got a chance to study there a little bit, like in Europe. So I felt, okay, let's stick on the purpose, like the initial purpose, to do something new, to do something different, which potentially can change the world, and hopefully one day can get buy-in from the stakeholders. I'm glad that now, looking back to it, I did not give up. Even when my life give me lemons, I always try to make them lemonade. So that's what I did. I mean, like it is basically, I can tell you the whole story, everything, but that's basically what happened. And we just celebrated our 20th birthday in June, and it was like, oh, it makes us so old. Like we are too old, like doing this, and everybody was just so young and then so vibrant. And yeah, it's been a long journey indeed, but the journey has not ended yet. There are still a lot of things to do, especially if you want to become a leading UX company. Why is that? Because things keep changing, and especially in Southeast Asia, if you see like what is happening in the market, in about a decade, it's going to be one of the greatest emerging market in the world, and the users of the product or services that develop in the world, 70% of them will be in Southeast Asia. So this is such a great opportunity for anyone. Like if you want to explore, like what is happening, and why do we have to invest on HCI? What do we have to invest on UX? I'm talking about invest. I'm talking about HCI. Because my background is mixed. Like I learned HCI, which usually like connected more to academic. But then I'm also practicing UX, where the word HCI is not used too much. But basically, we are doing the same thing, right? At different level, at different, interface. We are doing the same thing. We are trying to make things easier. We try to make things usable, friendly, make value for any product that we have for our users. So when we talk about leadership, I mean, the factor, we were the first, and that's it makes us a leader. But is it true that we are the leader, right? Leader is become leadership. UX leadership is not something that only correspond with the time. How long you become you are in the field. Well, you could say I've been doing HCI research for 20 years. I've been doing UX work for 20 years. But the question is have you made an impact? Have you done something that changed something? Make a value for whatever you're doing. And when we talk about leader UX, yeah, right? I see a lot of people along the way because I've been too long in the field. People have a roles of UX director, UX manager, everything, right? But then it doesn't really guarantee that that person is a leader in a way. It's UX leadership is not about leadership title. It is about something bigger than that, and it can be anyone can have the leadership. Anyone can become a leader in whatever you are doing. So I'm going today what I'm trying to say today. I'm going to share a couple of things about UX leadership. Then it's about UX knowledge, about ownership, about empathy, and about example. Those four things that I'm going to talk today. And I'm going to see how it is related to the work and how it is related to a different stakeholders, diverse stakeholders, especially everything what I'm talking about here related to my work in Southeast Asia. So solid UX knowledge. So that's the first a topic that I'm going to talk about. If you want to become a leader, right? You need to know something, right? You cannot just say I'm UX leader, but you don't know what you're talking about, right? And UX in Southeast Asia is quite new. We talk about UX, a lot of companies they just mostly they adopted UX only in the last 5 to 7 years. Sometimes some of them a bit longer. They started to get buy-in about okay, well, UX is important, right? And but the problem is the knowledge, the maturity of user experience in the company is different. Some people they only focus on okay, we just do user interface. We do a research, but we don't follow up. We just do we don't follow up means that we give it to somebody else to develop the product, right? Some people would I'm going to develop an architecture of the system, but then that's stop. But there's also a company that goes end to end from understanding the business requirement until the end, to do the proper UX process, and even after the product is developed, they actually continue to check, continue to test, continue to iterate and improve. So so it is actually expected that a lot of people will struggle to meet the requirement of having a solid UX knowledge. Solid UX knowledge does not mean that you have to have a university lecture background or something like that. It can be something that you gain or obtain through the experience, through a professional training. But basically, the bottom line, when you say a UX knowledge, depending on what role you have, right? So for example, I'll just give an example of UX researcher. So as a UX researcher, if you know that you are a UX researcher, you need to know how to plan a proper UX research. You need to know how to run it. Simple things, like inviting your users, talking to them. all these skills that actually um, uh, enable you to do your job as a UX researcher properly. That's what I meant as a solid knowledge. If you are a UX architect, if you are a UX engineer, you have to make sure that you always continually update whatever like a role you want to be. And if you want to be like an end to end, right? Like from understanding the business solution and develop the product, then you really need to know. You don't have to worry that I'm not the best here, I'm not the best at, but you know what you're talking about. That is the most important. You cannot just say, oh yeah, yes, from according to this article and blah blah blah. But do you really do it? No, you don't really do it. Then you need to really like reflect again to what you are doing, because people will be able to see whether you have a solid knowledge or not, like in whatever you do. And it is better to say, well, I'm strong here and I'm not strong there, rather than saying I know everything, but then you don't know anything. That's basically the things. And on the top of the knowledge in user experience or an HCI that you have, you need to equip yourself with the enterprising skill. And that's what I think as a miss here. A lot of things, enterprising skill about problem solving, vision setting, communication, conflict resolution skill, um, even financial literacy. All this knowledge, actually, like a lot of the UX practitioners, they are missing out. Why is that? Because they think, okay, well, my job is only making a prototype on a Figma, or I'm making I do a user research, I do a usability testing. That's it. But wait a second. If we do want to have our company see the value of the UX work that we are doing, then we have to make sure that we make them know that, okay, well, you can't just do uh, making a prototype. So what? If you make a prototype, what will be like the return on investment by having a new design? What it would be like, would I be able to make every stakeholders, the government, the community, they would be they would appreciate what we are doing. We have to understand this. Like, so this knowledge is should not be uh, forgetted. So it should not be forgotten, but it is something that we as UX or HCI professionals need to continuously look around and then see, okay, this doesn't say it is a UX, but you need that one to help you as an like an armor for you to become a soldier, like in the battlefield, and you are ready to do a lot of things. And another thing that is important by having a solid knowledge, right? Like you can actually not only be able to solve the product related problems, but you would also be able to manage your team, manage your peer. And that's what I said before. It's not necessarily that you have to become a UX manager, UX director or something, but UX, when you do UX, there are a lot of like a group work. There are a lot of iteration where it involves a lot of people, right? So ability to communicate, then ability to understand what is the roadblock, and then ability for you to remove the roadblock. Roadblocks not necessarily have to be related to the product. Again, back to that, what I said before. But it's like also for you to talk or to teach your team that this is a roadblock, then how we can remove the roadblock together. So that's how, like at the first point about having the solid knowledge about UX. So this is like a future belongs. Robert Greene said, future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in a creative ways. Maybe in a decade, we would not have any UX position anymore, right? But we will have a different name or something like that. But please make sure, like while you are here, you are a teacher, you are a professor here, you probably from the academic, please think like what kind of skills that are needed to help you to become a UX leader. In my company, for example, we teach everybody, regardless where they are like they are intern they are associate, junior, senior, they're manager, they have to become a leader. We always teach them to become a leader each time, to make decisions, to do things independently. So that's something that you probably can think about, like if that's relevant. The second thing is the ownership. Uh, I learned a lot, like through my journey, that it is important that we would not be we of course like me as a of course, as a consulting company, we always have a new project, always have a new project that we have to deal every single day, a different client. We are not like say for example or what is it, Grab, people who are always dealing with the same product every day, same feature most of the time. But we are dealing with a lot of different things. And that makes us sometimes, a lot of people have an opinion, but we can't have ownership. So we just do what we are asked to do and then what we are paid to do. And that's it. Goodbye. Right? So that's not how my principle in the UX leadership. So my principle is that we have to own the project, which means this project may not be ours, but we need to own it. While we are given an opportunity to do it, we need to own it. We are owning means that we take full responsibility beyond any measure. So we have to make sure that when we own, then oh, this is my project. I have to make it successful. In the back of my mind, I always think that, okay, so how can I make through the UX, I can make this project unique, helping with all the insight that we have. We help the clients to find the value proposition, the unique selling proposition to make them different, because that's what the UX is. Like if you know our company logo, we have a unicorn. Unicorn. What is the difference between unicorn and a horse? It's the what's the name? The horn, right? The horn is like we take it as a UX. Everybody can do finance. Everybody can do everything, but UX, understanding the users, solving the problem based on the understanding of the users, that would make a difference. That will make two apps different. That will make the solution different, right? And if we become if we have ownership of the project that we are doing, we will be able to become a steward. You know, like if you are in the airplane, then the steward does like helping you, taking care of you. That's what we are doing, and we're thinking like we own the project. We have this project, have an ownership. It's a long time. It is about like making relationship with your clients as well. So most of my clients, they are repeated clients. They've been with us for so long, and then we are helping them in a different ways. And then even when we don't have a project, we are talking about it. And then like when they come to project, they come back to us. So that's how we actually work and manage the ownership part of the UX leadership. And of course, like our clients, because they think that they know that we own, like somehow not owning because they are the real owner, but we have an ownership. They treat us like a family. So, you know, like a family, they talk with you. Even the NDS stop, they will talk to you. We talk, and then how we can actually help throughout this process. So it's become like like a family, basically. So that's the second lesson I'm learning through the UX leadership. And then the third one is empathy, right? Like in UX, you talk about users all the time. And of course, we are talking about empathy. So when we talk about empathy, we talk about it's the ability, it's our ability to understand and share the feeling of another. So empathy is not the same as sympathy, where we take pity of somebody because of their problem, of their misfortune. right? So as a UX leader, we need to be able to show our empathy for the target user we are developing the product for. And it's actually like a very interesting, why I think it is interesting, because people think, oh, understanding users, right? But then when you are in the field, right? This is just a very good examples. I see a lot every single day. People very good in asking questions during the interview, but you can see which one of them doing this with empathy or without empathy. When somebody doing an interview with empathy, they will ask follow-up question. They try to understand. They try to dig deeper. They try to not just go through all the questions. They will ask you why? Why do you have to do that? They will ask you what is the whole story of that one, right? And it's actually again, it's a basic skill, but then with the empathy we are also talking about what's the name, in the organization we're talking about different people who we manage, different people who we work with. And it is sometimes hard because if you are not in a leadership position, well, doesn't really matter. I'll just do what I need to do. But then in a leadership position, okay, how should I show empathy? It is sometimes it is hard. Especially, I just give you an example like this. We are talking about a lot of issues related to diversity, equality, inclusivity, disability, and then women equality, races, religions, all these things are very difficult. And we work with a lot of people, on day-to-day basis, in the UX practice. And some people, they often come up with you with a very difficult situation, right? So talk about disability, for example. If you look at the Washington group for disability statistic, for example, there are so many kinds of disability. From the one that you can see because they can move their arms, they can move their leg or something like that. That's easy to understand. Or blind or deaf, that's easy to understand. But you never know that sometimes some people who look okay, but they have disability in communicating, in relating to people, in doing, to understand, to read the brief. Say, for example, to read the brief because of the dyslexia that they have, or maybe they have a very low emotional quotient, right? Or maybe low intellectual quotient. So this is something that we really have to understand. And as a leader, right? How can you manage? This can become a roadblock, especially if you are in a UX project, right? Oh, why do you miss the brief? Why do you do that? And why don't you understand? This is so much thing that can be, I would say this is you have to deal with the AGR people. If you say EGR, it's extra grace required people, which means that okay, well, I have to be patient. I have to be, showing compassion. You cannot just do outcome based. That's what I was I think what I was learning in in the business school, in a lot of management, training and things like that. But then in reality, it is not that way. As a leader, you have to be able to balance. I would use the principle of push and pull, right? What does it mean by that? Push and pull. Okay, well, we have a clear requirement what needs to be done, but I need to push it, but then somehow like a pull it a little bit, like when situation does not like a becomes a lemon for you, then you have to really like a manage how to manage. That's something that I took it for granted for many years. I took it for granted. I thought, okay, well, everybody can do it. No, it is not, and that's caused a lot of problems along the way when I'm managing my company, managing my staff, managing project, and sometimes you got a very difficult clients you cannot like satisfy straight away. And how we do it, like I always like a map. I always map people. I always map my stakeholders. I always like see like who I should do, how I should uh who I should prioritize, what action should I do, what approach should I use. I'm mapping every single day, everything, and that's actually a quite a useful exercise because it if you can do it with your staff, especially your staff are also trained to do it. Maybe your staff doesn't know what are you doing here, like this like which is beyond my pay grade. Why do we have to do all of these things, right? But then by doing this, then you will have a better understanding, and then actually you impart it like your leadership vision to your staff. And actually it's a lot of people, oh, why do you have to teach everything? Then they will become your competitor. No, it is not. Actually, by teaching them what I know, what I understand, it's actually helping us to become a strong team, and actually I bring more things on the table. So that's what I learned as I've been I'm still learning. I'm not perfect. I'm still learning how to do it. And that's number 3. And number 4 is okay, I like this quote by Theatre Drums before I go to the 4th one. You cannot understand good design if you do not understand people, right? So when I talk about design here, it's not about designing product. It's about designing people. It's about designing system. It's about designing your company. It's about designing the procedures. It's about designing everything, right? So that's how I think it's very important for me, especially like to learn more about empathy. And I hope this is something that can resonate to your experience as well. So next one is the 4th one is about example, being an example, right? So I believe I know a lot of work that you are doing related to the work that is done by Hofstede. So with the Hofstede, one of the aspect is about power distance, right? And we know in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Philippines, everywhere, like Singapore, like the power distance is very big. What does it mean by power distance? Power distance means that, okay, some people, they are really afraid of telling the boss what happened, or the boss needs to show an example, right? Everything what the boss said has to be followed. You cannot ask questions. And then also things that there is an expectation that if you are the boss, then you have to take care of everybody. You have to make sure that everybody is under your wings, trying to, protect them. But it's nothing wrong with that. But for me, everybody needs to understand what is a leadership is. We need to understand our context, right? And then we could not just manipulate what is happening there. Okay, well, I have to be the most right people. I have to be followed every time, right? So there are a lot of things that I have to change, the mindset. For example, okay, ask question. The culture of asking question. Notice what I'm talking about. We went to UPM, and then we did a workshop on a question formulation technique, right? So this is how we can actually creatively asking as many as possible questions, because you see like Einstein, like if you got a 60 minutes, like you spend, if I'm not wrong, like a 95% of the time is for you to ask questions. And then the last 5% is for you to get the answer, because you find your answer while you ask the questions. So that's like what I believe. And his culture has become like the culture of the company that we have. And then being an example does not mean that I have to be the most right people all the time. It it is something that how we can actually to do what we are, like what, say for example, I believe in asking questions is the good thing to solve the problem. So I have to show it by asking questions. I cannot say stop asking questions. Everybody diam, shut up, then I'll be the right one. You have to listen to me. No, that's, so you need to be an example in that way. So that's what I meant. And then the second thing, what I meant by being an example is that we all here, like including myself, we are academic, right? We are academic. And as academic, we try to connect everything with what research has been done and what theory be beyond that. I see a lot of things that in Malaysia, you're not just doing that, especially in the myHCI-UX community. You're just so practical in what you're doing. You teach the content, you teach the theory, but you also do it with the industry, like a really good synergy. But I see a lot of people like they just like focusing on theory and they don't really want to see what is outside. And it is very difficult. I would not say it is easy, but collaborating with academic, collaborating with the industry, vice versa, it is very difficult. Like who is going to have the copyright? Who is going to do this? Who is going to be the first author? And what kind of like outcome that we need to, can be readable for people in the company who only have like 15 minutes to read the papers? How should we make things easier for them to understand? That was so complicated. But we need to learn. We have no choice. Our world right now is already melting in a way that everything is like the transversing, like like academic go to industry and vice versa. And we have to be ready. We need to see this fact, and then we need to be ready, like to collaborate. To not just like saying I'm interested to collaborate, but say for example, I'll just give you an example. Okay, I'll see it from your perspective. Okay, you would say, okay, you want to collaborate with company A. Okay, you need to be ready to say to the company what sort of contribution you want to give to that company. You cannot just say, I want to contribute, I want to support you, I want to send my my students, and that's it. The company always like to work around like okay, I'm going to develop this product. I'm going to make it as as a product that everyone will be able to use, and it will be a commercial product. Okay, so you have to see from their perspective as well, right? Like if I become part of this collaboration project, what will be my my contribution? I cannot just like jump in and make a paper out of it, because there's a problem with the copyright things, right? There's a problem of a lot of things. Do you want to contribute your time to develop, and then it will become like a joint project, or you just want to jump in and then you use that product, like as for your benefit? No, it has to be equal. Same like a company. Company cannot just, I want to get all your students, but the company needs to help the students, need to needs to spend a lot of time and resources to teach the student, so the student will be able to be ready after they graduate. So this has to be like a like a two-way of collaboration. So basically, if we don't give example as an academic or as a practitioner, it is hard, especially in the context where we are in a power distance, and all of you here are considered as a leader in your field. you need to be able to do what you preach, basically like that, right? And I really like the quote by Ki Hajar Dewantara. You probably do not know what it means by that because it is in my language, Japanese language. It's called Ing Ngarsa Sumchulaga, Ing Madhya Mangun Karsa, Chudhuri Handayani. And what does it mean by that? As a leader, and why do I'll tell you why I have this picture like that. Okay. So in front, you need to become a leader who can give a good example for the people who are following you, right? And in the middle, in Madhya means like I know that a lot of word Madhya you use in Malaysia, right? Madhya, Professor Madhya, something like that. In Madhya, in the middle, Mangun Karso. Mangun Karso means that you have to be able to create an environment where it can create like a ideation, creative environment that everyone can, contribute properly. And then the last one is Tutwuri Handayani. So Tutwuri Handayani is like when you are at the back, right? You need to be able to support, to provide good support. Honestly, I'm really can say so much highly about Dr. Norris, right? So Dr. Norris is a really good example, right? So she is she's very humble. And like when I first met her, like I did not know that she is a professor. She's a lecturer. I thought she was a student because she works with the students. Like she was so into it, and then and then I going through this the conversation. I don't think she is a student because she's so clever and she provide a lot of knowledge. And I found out, she is a lecturer. And then I found out she is not just a lecturer, she's a very senior lecturer. So she's her humility to be able to, to give example, to be able to support the students. And she always try her best, sorry, Dr. Norris, I'm really I have to say this. I haven't got the chance to say this to you, but she always do everything what she can do for her students. Oh, can you please help my student? She's I felt that something. She's very selfless. Okay, well, my students want this. Do you want to do it yourself? No, my students. Let's my students do it. Wow, that's amazing. This is something that I'm learning from her, and this is some of my friend, but also my students, but also we have a really good relationship where we actually help each other, and then inspired by you, Dr. Norris. Yeah, so in UX Indonesia, we help each other to become example to others, and then we are trying to work hard to create something together and to support and provide guidance. We are so happy sometimes okay, you are the students, can you give PD to all of us? No, we don't want to give a PD. We don't know, we are not qualified for doing that. Okay. Right. So and then no, it is okay because everyone can contribute something. And I can see how someone can evolve from having low self-esteem, they become so so confidence through this process of this leadership. In closing, I just want to let you know again, reiterate again, we are all in the same region. I'm in in Indonesia. Somehow my heart is in Indonesia, but I live in Australia. But my work is in Southeast Asia. So as I said before, Southeast Asia is a really, really a good a place, an emerging place for all of us to to contribute something. And there will be a lot of work that we can do, a lot of work that will be influenced by the young generation. So I think as a leader, UX leadership, we need to start opening up our mind. We need to open up a possibility to work with other organization in the same country, in other country, we are also like open to collaborate with you as well, like to harness every potential that we can possibly, you know, like do to make like our region, Southeast Asia region, to be like leading, and we are part of it. Our DNA, our steps are really like into the work that we are trying to do in HEI and UX work that we are trying to do here. So, well, thank you very much. Yeah, this is me at the end. And yeah, I'm happy to talk with you now, online, offline, and have a more discussion on how we can actually collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eunice, for that insightful sharing. And the words that you've spoken about me, those were so kind. I didn't notice that I was like that. But I guess being in HCI and UX research, most of us are really, into our work. It's a fun and dynamic research team, I guess, for everyone too. So yeah, I think I'm blessed to be part of HCI and UX because of the dynamic teamwork. Okay, so we still have some time for question and answer. Let me just check my chat here. Is there any question? Or alternatively, if anyone has any question, just please, switch on your mic and can introduce yourself, and we can ask Dr. Eunice the question yourself. Anyone? Well, while we wait, can I just ask Dr. Eunice, because I was very hooked on the keyword of rejection and perhaps misunderstanding when you initially started UX Indonesia and started in the UX field. Dr. Eunice, can you just elaborate a little bit more on how you manage these rejections and how do you counter or fix these misunderstandings about UX, the definition of UX? People keep asking, what are you doing? And even in the academics, when people or when researchers, students present their work, they're like, is it just mobile app that you're doing? They fail to see beyond that, and it's a very frustrating experience. So can you just share how you overcome this?
Yeah, okay. Well, there are different kind of rejection. The early days was on like what do I say, like it's probably not relevant right now, but like saying that, well, I'm HEI researcher. I'm I have the, or maybe I'm a consultant. I'm giving you the HEI services. So people, what is that? Why do we need to pay you for that? So, and then sometimes like in the academic, even in the academic, when we are trying to, like my plan was, okay, well, I'm going to grow awareness of people who doesn't know about HCI, right? So that's a really, I think that's quite a honorable intention, because I did not charge for you to to give my knowledge about HCI, but they say like, why should I do that? Like, we don't really care about that, and why should I pay extra thing? So, because I have a awareness that this is a new thing, and every time when you have a new thing, there's a process what you call like adoption, right? During the adoption period, and you have to be ready to have a thick face that people will say no to you. By knowing that fact, like I did not give up. So what I did was like, okay, that's all right. If you don't want to receive this one, I'm giving you for free at the moment, right? And see how it goes. And but of course, like at that time, because I just started, like I have nothing to lose, right? And I get a lot of time to do it. But like right now, like I really have to think like a package, the solution, like the free solution, not so free solution, premium. Yeah, so basically, okay, I'll give you the free one, and then like you want more, I give you the premium, I give you this, and then like that's actually hook them slowly into the into the service that we have. And then we give we ask people testimonials to give, and then actually, oh yeah, well, that big company has done so much, and they really you can see the result from that one. So showing example, again, back what I said, it's very important, especially nowadays with a lot of very crowd, people just say that I'm a UX, but basically they know nothing. So that's how I manage with that kind of rejection. I mean, it's remember somebody said to me, the word in English keep. How do I say that? Basically, don't use your emotion. Especially initially, the when you get into this field, I'm always most of the time I'm always the one the only female one. I'm not being sexist here, but now they are with the more girls into the UX, that's getting better. So I think, does it answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Eunice. I think that is the key, being perseverance, and generally creating more awareness and getting more people to understand UX so that they can appreciate the amount of work and the impact that UX has on this kind of thing. Okay, so there are a few more questions coming in. So the next one is from Samsul Arifin. Hi, Dr. Eunice. Can you please give one of the most difficult customer and how to manage them? Okay.
Well, I have a lot of difficult customers, so I'll just give you the one that is one of the example. Okay, thank you for the question, Samsul. One of the most difficult customer is when they say that, well, basically they said I want you to do a research on this one, and then do the product market fit for the product that we have. So basically they have done the user research, but then whatever they did, because the company or the organization failed, they created a product that is that, well, I mean, the company did not say to me, but I know that they consider as a failure. And then they asked us to do a research. So we are coming not into the beginning, but in the middle, and then it becomes so difficult. If we are wrong, then it's all about your reputation as well. How do you do that? And then and if we are doing right, then it's good. But if we are not, they don't think, they do not know, they don't have the benchmark, because they are completely in a bad shape, right? So we do something, and then they say suddenly after we do something, they got an idea, and they raise the expectation, and they almost and we try to we manage to raise manage okay, I'm going to keep up with you. Okay, I'm going to help you because you are my customer. I want you to to be happy, and with the solution that we have. And they raise again, and it's okay, wait a second. Now it is the time is already almost at the end, but then you keep asking, and then they will say it's the time when we have to submit. They will say, oh no, you are not meeting our expectation. Did you have any expectation? That kind of situation. They did not have any expectation, but because we in the beginning we keep trying to meet up with them, then they said well, that's our expectation. You have not done your job properly. But if you look back, what we did actually, it's all probably 500 times more what they expected. So we learned that a lot from our mistakes. And then it's we have to be clear in the beginning, what is the expectation? I mean, it's some clients, they don't really understand what the expectation, but we have to manage with what they need. What is what do you think is a success criteria for that one? That is very important. And that's how you should show leadership. Leadership means that you have to be able to say no, it is enough, it is not enough, and this is something that we want to do or not. So I think that's what I want to, I hope it answers your question, Samsul.
Thank you, Eunice. Moving along, there are two more questions. We'll go over this very quickly. One is, Dr. Sari, based on your experience, how diverse is customer or user requirements from different regions? What should we pay attention to? This is
Oh,
from Nurul Ibrahim.
Yeah, well, it is what we should pay attention to. I'll just start with that. It's a different thing depending on the brief of the project. How diverse? Yes, very diverse. So, because my work in Southeast Asia, there's like a mixed understanding that if you do that, if you do something well in Malaysia, you will do well in Indonesia. Well, that's not how it works. But of course, like there are more similarity between Malaysia and Indonesia compared to Malaysia with, for example, Burma, for example. But we really have to do research all the time, and then based on the brief, then we try to list down what items needs to be paid attention for. For example, it's about e-commerce. Then we have to see like the behavior of shopping, the behavior of like choosing goods or their interests or something like that. That's what we need to pay attention. That would be different if you do something with the healthcare or transportation and so on. So there's no like a firm answer for the second question, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope it answered Nurul.
I guess so too. All right. So final question is from Kai Mispa. Sometimes people think UI UX more to social science instead of computer science, especially when we are dealing with users' experience, feelings, or emotions. Can you suggest the best way for us to explain what is actually UI UX to them?
Well, well, I don't usually I don't entertain that kind of perception. You know what I mean? Because it will end up in what we call the here, it's a debate where it goes nowhere, it's going here or there, right? But because the good thing is people starting to know what UX is and what UI is. It is I would just give a company comes to us because they already know, okay, they need help with UI, they need help with UX, right? But if we have to start with a clean plate, okay, well, this is how I'm going to explain to you. So I'm just explaining clearly what is the basic for that one. And I would say don't ever use UI/UX because that's not how it works. UI is part of UX. So it has to be you want to say UX or you want to say UI. And it doesn't really matter for me feeling emotion, because at the end of the day, what I usually show is you are good in computer science. In the company, in the project, what your goal is to create a product. Then product needs to be loved by the people who are using it. So you cannot, forget the people feeling and emotion, because otherwise who is going to buy your product? Who is going to use it, right? And then it's again dealing with emotion and feeling, because it's if for you to develop a product, then you need to talk about the business as well. So that's how you would usually see it. I would see the UX from a different discipline, and then depending on the target user, of course, and then I'm trying to package it or share it in a way that is that is easier for them to understand. I hope it answered your question, Kai. There's no simple answer for this question.
I think I like what you mentioned in the talk as well, where you have to show them the impact. What is the ROI? Because company, they usually see these return of investments, and when it generates money for them, then it is clearer, and they are more accepting to UX that way. Okay, Eunice, I think this wraps up the session quite well. I'm sure that all the participants would love to discuss more on this topic with you, but unfortunately, time envies us. So we will have to stop this session here. But Dr. Eunice can always be reached at, Dr. Eunice, can you share like your email or something if other participant would like to contact you, maybe in the chat or something? So, okay? Okay. And all right, thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank Dr. Eunice and also for everyone who participated in this session. I've had a blast moderating this session, and I learned a whole lot too. Before we go on a break, I think there's a break due. I'd like to pass the mic back to Zafri in case there are any housekeeping notes or other new information to be addressed. Just quickly, can I double check if there's any like photo shoot session? Should we do one quickly? Is it okay? I'm really into that.
Yeah, sure, Doctor.
Or is there one scheduled by you after this? Is that? No, it's not that we just do a quick one, for this session. Is that all right? So those of you who are here, would you like to switch on your camera? Sorry, I'm really into photo for commemorating events and so on. Because it's a once a year event kind of thing. And, it's nice to get a picture of everyone. So I guess I'll do, Zafri, can you help me with the picture taking? Or
whatever? Okay, can do it, okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile everyone. All right, okay, I got it.
Okay, all the pages, is it? All right, thank you so much, Zafri. So thank you all again for being here. I'd like to now pass it back to Zafri, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Eunice for a very wonderful talk, and also thank you to Dr. Norris for moderating the session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after these two sessions, some of us might be having Zoom fatigue because we focus on the exciting topics that are close to our hearts and interests. But don't worry, everyone. We have prepared an exercise video for you to follow to ease yourself. Okay, shall we?
We often get asked which exercises are best to do at your desk. So I'm going to run you through a simple routine to do throughout your working day.
Okay, guys, these are some exercises that we can do to tackle our Zoom fatigue. Now, everyone, please take a 3-minute breaks before we continue to our next session. Okay, we will start our next session at 11:35. Welcome back, everyone. How's everything? I hope you all are doing okay. For your information, we have another sessions before we have our lunch break. Before we start our next session, I would like to recommend to the audience to change your view setting of Zoom to side-by-side gallery. Okay, this is because this is the best view for our next segment. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, without further ado, let's start the next segment, which is a special conversation segment between our guest speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman from University of Technology Sarawak, and our segment host, Associate Professor Dr. Masitah Ghazali from University Technology Malaysia. The conversation will touch on the topic entitled Shinwari Lawan China at the confluence of HCI, positionality, and situatedness. Please welcome Dr. Tariq Zaman and Dr. Masitah Ghazali.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Zafri, for the introduction. What time is it now? 11:36. We are still in the morning session, so very good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to be on this platform. Fusion is very dear to me because we first started Fusion back in way before COVID. That was the first time, and I think we are in the 4th or 5th year running the National Symposium. So it's really wonderful. So I'm here today. I was invited by the organizer, Dr. Zuraifa, to host a session which is known as In Conversation With. Okay, so I hope the audience, I think Zafri mentioned about, putting up 2 views, okay, on your screen so that we can actually feel the mode of the conversation with. I know it's very difficult to do this virtually, I think from the Zoom or Team, nowadays they have this immersive feature, but I think the setting is not, we couldn't do the setting initially, but let's try to configure your screens, yeah? Okay, so now I would like to, before I invite Dr. Tariq properly, okay, I would like to share briefly, okay, with the audience who Dr. Tariq is. I won't be spilling out too much because Dr. Tariq will himself, okay, do the introduction properly. Okay, Dr. Tariq, Tariq Zaman is an ACM, okay, distinguished speaker and also an associate professor in University of Technology Sarawak. Okay, in Cebu, where I was fortunate enough to meet him in person, okay, a month ago. He is attached at the School of Computing and Creative Media there. Most of his projects, okay, and just publications equally reflect the multiple voices of indigenous wisdom and cultural understanding by converging local, scientific, traditional, and cultural knowledge. So by establishing transcontinental academic partnerships and organizing pluriversal fairs, so Dr. Tariq will be explaining to us about what these terms are, okay, for celebrating the diversities of indigenous knowledge system. So Dr. Tariq challenges the system marginalization of indigenous researchers in HCI and as well as in the ICT 4D fields. So particularly in this particular session, okay, Dr. Tariq will critically reflect, okay, on his endeavors, which are strongly influenced by the positionality. Okay, the term is on the poster, which he wants to describe this as indigenous identity and situatedness. Okay, long-term partnership with indigenous communities of Borneo and Namibian Kalahari Desert. So hopefully within this talk, okay, we all will gain something at the end of the session, where at the end, okay, Dr. Tariq will provide new ways of thinking HCI and also fuse, okay, the understanding of transcultural approaches in HCI. Okay, so this is the brief introduction that I would like to share with you all. So now I would like to invite the Tariq himself in person, okay, all the way to see virtually, to be on the stage with me.
Okay, how you want me to go there?
On Zoom. Yes, let's do this.
I'm here, yes.
Okay. All right, all yours, Tariq.
Oh, thank you very much, Masita. It's really a privilege to meet all of you here. It's interesting, and this is my first time conversation with the myHCI community. So that I can see and I can read many of the names with whom I'm aware. Many of my colleagues from UNIMAS are here. But other than that, also long ago in 2012, when Dr. Alvin was here, my supervisor was PG, so he was bringing many people together, and he's very active here. And again, this is oh, sorry. Now, I sometimes become very emotional when Alvin name is there.
Because you guys have a very, way back.
Yeah, it is somehow that relationship is very strong. So, yeah, it's really a privilege to share, follow up his talk today.
Yes.
And yes, it will be over to you. How you would like to proceed? Would you like me to go through the slides, or would you like to?
Yeah. So I was thinking, perhaps, I would like to begin with the title that you provided us. The word. Let me enlarge this poster because I cannot really see this.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to.
Yeah. Maybe you can show the first bit of your slide.
My screen. Okay, just give me.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It rightly.
Yeah.
So I will because normally I struggle with Zoom.
We all do.
Yeah.
Now I was struggling.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Nice. Hang on. Can you all see the screen in front of you? Okay. Awesome. All right. So thank you, Tariq, for sharing your screen with us. So basically, I would like to start with the term or the name that you put in on the poster. Shinwari Lawan Gina. What is it exactly? Because this is like none of us have seen this before. Some of us actually Google up the term from the internet. So maybe you can share with us. Okay, well, what does the term?
So from my understanding, I hope that whoever Google it, they have seen a very nice song there somewhere, with some traditional singers and with the modern music. So basically, my whole journey working with the people in Borneo, especially with the indigenous community in the Upper Baram area, with the Penans, some interesting concepts are there which actually attach back to my indigenous identity from Pakistan, as well as my religious identity also. So we all Muslim knows that the God has very clearly mentioned that how he separated the two different type of waters inside a sea where the seas meet together. So there is a thin layer in between which separate the sweet and the other type of water. And in Penans community where they settle, the nomadic Penan where they settle, they call it Long. So all these long names, if you Long Lamai, Long this, that is all those villages which are actually established at the confluence of two rivers. And Shinwari Lavangina is also that very nice song which is by Samar Minala, and you can watch it. I'm not sure I have the time to play it. But then
the video.
I will come back to that concept again at the end of that why I choose that word here. But it is giving us that sort of a sense that where the two or three different type of knowledge system meet together, that place is very important actually.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's very interesting. So if you want to visualize it a bit, because Dr. Tariq has provided us with the description and how it means to him from his point of view. But if you want to visualize it, yes, you will first find the video from the internet to give it more meaning. I would like to bring the audience now, because from the first session, Dr. Alvin was there, and he mentions, a few times how the project, from the beginning, it even, lot of things still happening until today. And he keeps mentioning your name, the projects that have been going on. So perhaps you can share with us, by following up a bit from what Dr. has mentioned, And maybe you can share with us how did you first get your work started? Yeah, maybe you can share what you are doing as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I had this dual academic background. I have a law degree, and then I'm also a computer scientist. But then, from the very beginning, I was looking at myself where I can work with the human being, with the people, instead of working only with the machine. And there, where I found Dr. Alvin's project in Borneo when I was looking for my PhD studies. And I think he was looking for some sort of project managers. so I ended up coming over all the way here. So let me go to my next slide, maybe. This is my journey. It's not me, actually, but what I'm doing. And when I'm saying it, the differentiation, Masita will know much better. Our last PDC, we have a very interesting speaker, Leonardo, from all the way from Colombia, and he talked for 25 minutes that who is me and who is my work. So then after that, I also reflected on that this is my journey. So I started my journey from I'm a Pashtun, and I have a Pakistani passport. My family is settled in Pakistan, and I'm a Afghan from from my ethnicity. So Afghans are in the 2 or 3 different countries we are based in. And I was teaching in the school during the very there was a very devastating earthquake in 2007 where I was as a graduate. Then I worked with the schools and start teaching with them about computer sciences. In 2009, I moved to Malaysia, and what Malaysia really gave me, of course, again, sorry.
It's all right. Yeah.
So what really Malaysia was a very interesting place because of Alvin's working with this indigenous community, going to the field, bringing the research to the field and open the space for us. But another interesting aspect that his network is very strong. I'm sure many of us agree with that, whoever met with him. So he will also bring a lot of researchers from outside world to Borneo. And there I met with Heike, who you can see in blue shirt. She's a German professor working in Namibia. So with UNIMAS going to the community for my PhD study, where I start working on the eToro project. So it was looking at the technology role, how the technology can bring the younger and older generation together. And actually that interesting concept came from the local community members. They were looking at it. So 2009, that relationship has been established as a PhD student with UNIMAS. But then Heike also invited me to go to Namibia, and I was very fortunate that as a PhD student, I got this whole ticket sponsored to go to Namibia and going with her to the field, how she works, and I was contributing like a cameraman. Now in the picture, the people you can see, they are all very established professor in their field in HCI. So after that, when I went to Namibia, yes, of course, I started working with Namibia. 2015, Cornell came in and brought to Malaysia the concept of service learning, that how we can connect our classroom learning to our community's experiences. So this was a very interesting partnership, actually. We were so much working in the community, but we really didn't thought about it, that how our practices, research practices can inform of our teaching. But then the service learning concept was interesting. So from 2015 till now, we are still working together. And but during that time, then I realized that I need a break, actually, because there was so much in practice, going to communities, establishing projects, but I didn't find the time to reflect on. It is not about only about my academic career, but about the whole life, that, okay, what I'm going to do in the future for next 15, 20 years until the retirement. So I took that break, and I found that opportunity to work with HTW Berlin as a professor, where I only need to teach one lecture. And the other time,
that's nice.
Yeah, and the other
Yeah.
thing is reading. So one of the most important part was that in Malaysia I couldn't really time to read. Is it? I think it is not really part of our academic structures. Also in undergrad, that the student are pushed to read, and then second important aspect that what to read was another very important question.
Yeah.
It's not about reading, but what to read. So that Berlin experience for 2 years of time really helped me actually to reflect and read and reflect and read. Then I also start working with the CMDT Cameron Malaysia Education Development Trust to bringing some technology development to Malaysia, connected back during that time. 2019, I'm back to Cebu. And I think it was a good time. I reflected. I have something in my mind that what I'm going to do for the next few years. And the university had been established in 2013. UCT at that time, now University of Technology Sarawak. But then please remember one thing in this whole case is that other than the Cambridge Malaysia Education Development Trust, none of my relationship has been ended. I'm still part of those teams. I'm still part of UNIMAS as a research fellow. I'm still as a course moderator with the NUST and Namibia University of Technology. With Cornell, I'm still working with him with HTW. Now we are collaborating with them. And of course, so that relationship and working with those community is still important. There is no end time in that. So that is the journey part.
Yeah.
Now I'm going back to that question. You need to bear with me now because Alvin, where Alvin actually, so a lot of my work in designing in the wild, specifically going to community and working with them. This is 14 years work. I cannot really but I will build on like what Alvin mentioned about eToro.
Yes.
Oro. These are the two projects that but other than that is also, so I will not repeat those ones. They are still continued. I will go to some new one which we are currently doing.
Sure.
And, okay, so this is one of the projects. So from the wild, what we mean is not just a wild in pre-pandemic world, but during pandemic, we were facing another wild situation. We were all at home, and especially I'm a father of two little girls, and they were doing the online schooling, and we found it that it's so difficult for our children to use the technology in online. The technology is not really like Zoom, Skype, and it is not really made for the kids actually. So we came together, a very strong team from 4 countries, Namibia, Finland, Malaysia, and 1 education psychologist from Germany. 7 researchers include like 3 professors, 3 PhD students, 3 schools, 1 from each country. 4 undergrad students as developer. And this whole process was like 1.5 years during pandemic we did. Offline co-located. It was a very intensive process. The aim of that project was to co-design technologies with children, which the children can use in design sessions.
Okay.
So the children were the main designers.
Yeah.
And then we have developers on top of that, our undergrad students.
Yeah.
And we have researchers, the post PhD students. We published in the last 2 years, we published around 8-9 papers from that, very specifically from that.
Wow.
Without any, and there is no funding involved in that project. We are all were working from homes and whatsoever.
Yeah.
And we are doing a workshop in Nordic Eye just now, happening in the next 2 weeks. Anyone interested, please go to Nordic Eye. I can share also the link with you. So this is one of the projects in the wild situation we did during COVID. The second one is Cebu is a Fuchao city, and you were also in the session.
Yes, I remember. Last one. Yeah.
So this was another project that we were doing for us. Another part, if we have this strong gallery and the strong identity, Fuchao identity in the I have 90% of my students from Fuchao descents. But the problem is that if you ask them about Fuchao values, they will not know. And there is a whole value sensitive design in HCI. So we designed a course on service learning for HCI for undergrad student. The student were learning theory tools in the classroom, but they were closely engaged with the Fuchao Heritage Gallery and developing tools for the galleries. But then they were also going back to their own identity, talking to their parents, grandparents, what Fuchao means. We have a very interesting reflection of the student online. If anyone is interested, please write it down. Approach me. We can send you the link. This is the Service Learning Conference, slc.uts.edu.my. And so those students reflected. This was another project. We have also very close network with the Malmö University from Sweden. They gave us 6 master students, user experience design student, a very experienced students who work with our undergrad student to develop a proper virtual museum for Fuchao Gallery, which we are currently developing it. The concept is here. Now, and this is also the UNESCO award-winning project. The third one, digital inclusion. When I came to UTS, I asked my vice chancellor one question that, okay, what is your vision of working for where we can contribute in UTS? And he said the digital inclusion and connectivity is one of the big problem for us. We all know GSMA is saying 95% of Malaysia has 3G internet. MCMC is saying it is around 80+% of Malaysia has internet access, but then there is also a small word used, populated area. So we start working very in depth on that, looking at the policy directions, what are the government policy and inspirations, then developing proof of concept, a community network, then coming up with the contents, digital literacy program, and then also coming up with the tool. So for example, I will mention only one tool here.
Sure, yeah.
We have myspeed.site. So for example, currently we have Jendela map, which is going to show you that what is the internet coverage in Malaysia. But the problem is that all the reports are coming from telecommunication companies.
Yeah.
And currently the figures, we all know that the figures are not reflecting the ground, but what we can do. So what we did, we developed myspeed.site and then you can go and you can test your internet there. You can go and run now. But that you can also do with the other speed tests. We have 3 use cases for that. First, if as a consumer you want to purchase internet service in your locality, you want to see which company is giving you a good deal.
Yeah.
This site is going to help you. So you can also see the other people data, the other test. Second one, as a policymaker, a lot of rural ICT projects are supported from the public funding under the USP.
Yeah.
Now, if you are a public representative, if you are a YB and you want to know what is the current status of internet in your locality, this site is going to help you. We don't have any other sites for that. The third one, a very interesting one. If a village has only one tower to approach or to link to the internet and that is down, how someone will know? The reporting mechanism can only support call or going by post. But call, for example, from Long Lamai, you need to take a 2-hour boat and Twin Otter to go to Mary. More than 1,000 to just make a call to MCMC that or telco that is not working. We developed a tool which we call Net Stethoscope, which is connected to our MySpeed site. You can connect government or policymaker. If they have one site, there is only one access point. They can connect with that, and our tool can ping every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes our site, and we can tell you, we can show you that what is the current internet speed or internet connectivity status at that location for the last 2 months or whatsoever. So these are some of the project which is coming actually from the ground during the pandemic situation. recently, other than what we are doing before.
Yeah,
So,
maybe Tariq, I would like to share a bit. I was at, during your symposium or the conference that you held last month. I was there experiencing the speed, what you call that, the speed ride or something. I was so impressed because now we are talking about data driven HCI, how impact, how it can be impactful. To me, it is very impactful because the people who are supposed to give or provide services, now they can see based on the data that they receive that yes, that particular village doesn't have the coverage at that particular point. So they can, take actions promptly, So it's to me, even though it sounds very, small effort, but the impact is very, very huge. So that's the first impression that I got when I was there during the exhibition. So yeah, please continue, Dr. Tariq. It's very interesting.
So these are the, for example, the initiative that other than what we are doing in other project, there are so many other projects like climate change is one of our another very important aspect.
Yes, definitely.
We are working on cultural and then service learning, participatory design, co-design. So these are. Now, if you allow me to move to the next.
Sure, go ahead.
So now, with all these things, what is the big question for us? So we have the knowledge outside the university campuses, outside our labs, in the communities. This is well recognized. I'm referring. I cannot refer it to a very specific literature, but it is like the ABC of HCI. That the knowledge is not just in your lab and not just in your outside. There is 60, 70 years of literature from education, from HCI, from psychology, from community development is available and well recognized. But then if now currently we are looking at it that these two knowledge systems, one is the experience based, the other one is made more theoretical, how they can coexist, how they can make a connection with each other, how we can make a relationship with these two knowledge systems to come up with a better future. So we were in UNIMAS, usually we have this type of a lot of discussion, but then going back to literature and finding whether the other people are also facing the same issue, that was another aspect for us. So this was a big question actually that in 2016 onward, we start looking at it. Okay. And there 2 or 3 things came. One is the positionality and situatedness.
Yeah.
Now, steampunk design is very famous design, and there is, if you want to look at this specific this concept, designing for the future, but which one in the interaction is one of my first recommended reading for my undergrad student, that they must need to read this paper and then reflect on that. So Boninardi is talking about these 3 different actually arenas. The first is that if you want to design, so that steampunk and the other people are promoting that you design based on your past, whatever you have, and design on that, like a frugal design, control over material. So need to identify that part very specifically, that from where I belong, who am I, what I have, can those values inform my HCI design paradigms? So that is the first thing. The second one is present. What challenges we are facing today? Can my design, can my interventions address those challenges? So that is the second one. In real world life problems, for example, deforestation, species extinction, population growth, those are all, pandemic was another one there actually. Online education, challenges of online education. And this internet connectivity challenges is another one. So these are all our everyday problem. Every day we are struggling with that. So I'm not saying it that we don't look for the big data, artificial intelligence, but for me is, and for this part of the world, we found it that our past and present is very much important to look at. And then we also look at it that can we use the craft, like the local material, which can which can come from our past, which is available. So a lot of our previous studies, like with the eToro, Oro, there are cultural studies a lot. We have some modules for training young researcher before going to community, and we publish those in our PDC conferences and those things, that before, if we send young researchers to community, how we can make them ready. Just now UNESCO mentioned about it, managing the expectation.
Yes.
If you are approaching an industry, it's not enough that you say I can do or I want to do. Your want is not enough. So for us is that actually this is important, that if we want to design any intervention, can we use our past? So the past material, the past content, if they can inform of our present, so that the craft is coming from the past, the present, the design process, whatever design process you are applying it, is it from cross-cultural, it is the user-centered, or is it participatory design, how it fits in your current context. That is very important. So the design process is, and then we look for the futuristic technology. Technology will always look for the future. It is. And the problem is that if we just adopt the technology, technology is very much westernized, designed on Western values. So to neutralize the technology part, our past and present and craft and design process can actually neutralize that part to inform our technology design. So yeah, that is the part. Now the thing is that I'm going to move from this one now to come up with the four main things actually that
that would be nice to to relate everything back. Maybe you can proceed with that. Yeah.
Okay, so this one was the main question.
Yep.
There could be individuals. So the first thing for us is theoretical framing, whatever is our practices. What the HCI community is talking about it, is anyone talked about it already? Is there any literature available? Experiences are available on that. So once again, what I'm mentioning it that the last 10 years, as I'm aware, our Malaysian education system is going through a crisis. The crisis of ranking to publish an impact factor journal and to discourage the experienced researcher to go to the top tier conferences is really a devastating situation.
Yeah.
Which is what is happening now, that the conference is giving the physical experience to you. With the COVID, we know how important is that physical experience. So if you go there, you meet with someone on a tea table, on a lunch, on a dinner, that 10 minutes is giving you a lot of experience than reading whatever papers of them. So for us, the theoretical framing to know who others are doing and how we connected that. These two pictures are very important here. You can see the girl, she is, you met with her in Bawanga.
Yeah, yes, lovely.
She's a school student and she was our facilitator in a PTC conference. And she designed the culture protocol that before researchers come to the village, what they should take care of. So that's how she was engaged. The other part is, you can see there is Rob McMahon from University of Alberta. There is Leonardo, me, Liz from Malmo. We are all working with community for last than 10, 15 years in different parts of the world. And there are two community elders sitting with us to telling us that, okay, what they value in terms of research in their village. So this discussion is happening in their part and on our part. Now, going back, if we have a problem, we go back to ask our elders. So for me, these two people are very important. One is Uraike. Uraike is a Himba elder. He's our co-author in many papers also, a village man. And we talked with him about this problem, actually, that we are facing this problem, that how we can inform the academic community from our practices, how we can inform our practitioner from academic experiences. And what he said, that the feed brings knowledge, meaning if you remain at one place, you will not learn from others. That was a very wise thing that he said. And then the other one is Garon Apanan Elder. And what he said that some researchers work for the community, some on the community. However, Longanamai preferred the approach working with the community. So this with is a very strong word. And please remember, these both are not university graduates. These are we have recently, this course you can also find in our upcoming paper in Nordic Eye conference, which we are promoting a very interesting concept. I will come back to that. But then talking to them and getting their ideas, actually, what we, okay, that's okay. Okay. We look at it. Now, we have two types of knowledge system. One is, please go back to the problem that we want to inform the academia from practices and the practices from academia, that part. So we were thinking that can we alienate these two knowledge systems? Okay, keep the academic knowledge on one side and look at what the traditional knowledge is doing, or keep the traditional knowledge on one side and look what academic world is doing. That could be one of the way. Cross-cultural studies are all doing those parts in HCI information system, looking on the others, but it is hardly an option in ever more linked world. The world is quite linked with each other. Our communities want to see what your graduates are contributing to the society. Malaysia is very beautiful place at that the government has a very strong position to ask the academic, tell me your impact on society. So in that case, I think we cannot keep, this is not an option. Second one, integration. Integrated studies are so much where actually we bring the technology. In our eThoro project, it was the integration process. That we bring the technology and we said, okay, there is traditional, can we extract that and store in the, but then the problem is that who decide what to integrate? Our technology has limitation in terms of feature. For example, the screen has a specific size. You can accommodate specific icons on that. Memory has a limitation. Communities' knowledge don't accept those type of limitations. Then you need to make a choice. But who make those choices? That is another big question, actually.
Yeah.
The third one is the coexistence. Can we means be there both in our places and coexist? But then there is always, we found another problem. If we go to the community, we work for a few days, community, and we say, oh, we want to develop this technology, can you help? They will always try to please us. They will not try to ask us that your technology is not working, go to whatsoever, bring it back, go take it back. They will not say, they will try to fit it within our case and try to not to. So the last one is collaboration. And the pluriverse world where the differences complement each other, where actually the community-based co-design and co-design part comes in. So with Garen and Uraike, I don't learn Penang language actually.
Okay.
And Garen can accommodate with English whatsoever. But we have a lot of discussion in the village and on the forest. He is the expert of his area. I don't touch that part whatsoever. Yeah. I'm expert on mine. We have that one space where the different knowledge system come together and we make a compromise on that, on something. We wrote about it, a lot of details. You can go to the paper. I will come back to that. But sure. In the paper, there is this interesting metaphor. We adopted it from Alvin. Thanks to Alvin for that. It's about this cross-cultural studies. And we have this metaphor of if you have the fruits and each fruit is there, you can specifically differentiate, you haven't mixed them. This is the intercultural concepts where this is a fruit, but it looks like a cat. So with technology design, we want to make together something else, which is neither traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, not a technology one. And the third one is the multicultural studies where you can combine in a fruit salad different things together. You can still differentiate from each other. This is not my field, this is your field or whatsoever. And the last one is the smoothie. The smoothie is for us the universal word, where actually the knowledge is entangled in such a way that you can't differentiate bring what, but with the taste, you can feel each one has a taste there. So we have to study, very thorough study initiated in Namibia in a conference. Me and Heike was talking that she came over. We went to a nice place on an island in Borneo, and we sat there for 2 days to write this paper. And then we start looking at it, that how actually this different metaphor, community narrative is linked with HCI theory, like the three waves or the design paradigm, how they are linked with each other. So so that paper comes in from there. For me is that actually people are liking this paper a lot. Now in HCI field, they are citing it so much. So that's why I want to highlight here, because there was a question from someone previously that how to publish on these things. I tell you, there is so much to publish. The only thing is that do you have a strong domain knowledge? Are you connected to the HCI community? Are you talking to them? And then do you have a reflection time? Reflection is important between bringing these two things together. So that is one. Second one, so that was one, the theoretical framing. The second one, institutional reflexivity. Our individual project, my experience from 2009 until 2016-17 was so much on individual project. Publish individually, but for what? If we can't really bring change. And what I mean from change, does our academic structures allow whatever we are talking now? I'm not sure. So, for example, the knowledge of these two guys, they are informing a lot of our research. The people from Cornell, Garen went with me to Cornell University to deliver a lecture. But for him, can a Malaysian university invite him as a visiting professor? This will be so difficult because we have a very structured. So this institutional reflexivity is, I think, very much important. And what I found it in that case, so these three guys, if you see them, you met with Masita with them.
Yeah, I do met Adrian and Gary. Isra and Adrian.
And Mac.
Yeah, very knowledgeable.
Mac is from the Bawanga San community. Isra is a Penan, and he's a graduate. Adrian is a very strong voice and indigenous. But they here in this forum, they are talking to the policymaker about internet connectivity problem in their villages. So there are two things. One, we start going to the community, but the other things, we open our academic and policy spaces to them to bring those people there who can talk in those forums. Okay, but for that, the first thing is, we found that even at our academic, when I came to UTS, I think that was another challenging part that I start looking at it. What do we mean by participatory design? What do we mean by computer science? What do we mean by cultural studies, intercultural studies? So these are all very important questions, basic questions. So I'm thinking that that's very important for if we are developing our community, academic community, that we actually expand our epistemic capacities. We accept some standards. We connect ourselves to the international standard, to the international HCI community, and understand from their side, and then come up with distributing survey questionnaire, collecting the data with the survey is not a participatory design. Participatory design has a strong root of more than 60 years, actually. So we need to look at this whole academic discussion, what it means, instead of just giving a title to it that, oh, whatever I'm doing is a participatory. So for us, that was the important part. The second one is pluriversality. Pluriversality is to open our classroom for other forms of knowledge. So our other knowledge custodian can also come in and contribute to our classrooms, teaching and learning. So that is the second part of. And the third one is extending our boundaries. Currently, when we engage with communities, we say, oh, we have a very strong connection. We have a very strong network with the community. But then if I want to bring my laptop from the university campus to the community, I need an insurance for that. Yeah. I need to fill 10 forms for that. What it means that our universities are not yet considering that community space as a part of university. It is a separate sided space. So a lot of our community project are facing all the challenges, administrative challenges of filling those forms here and there. And can I pay to a community elder for his time? No. But then can I pay to a researcher? Yes. This is a joint project. There is an award competition. Can I bring the community elders with me to participate? No, because academic. So those, I think we were thinking that we need to really extend those boundaries to work in. And we also, yes, for these cases, we have the service learning book, actually. You can get it. The third one, universal fare for universal world. I'm going back now here to some figures, actually. For the CHI conference 2016 to 2020, 72% of the study participants were from Western countries.
Correct. Yeah.
Again, and almost 3/4 of the knowledge we produce in CHI is based on only 12% of the world population. Okay, and then so to address that challenge, African community, HCI community did a very great job. They have established AfriCHI, a very strong conference based on the indigenous values, and then but then still facing a challenge. I'll give you a simple example. The Nordic-CHI conference 2018 and AfriCHI conference 2018. Nordic-CHI has a citation count until June 2022 is 462 citation count, while AfriCHI has 147. So it means that even the problem is in our very well-established places. So what we need to do, instead of that they come to us and then they collect data from us, what we are thinking that these all community projects we are doing, we are collectively generating knowledge. So can we bring these community experiences also as a part of academic well-established conferences? So they are not only, community are not part of only data generation, but they are also part of dissemination, knowledge creation, and they can also learn from those conferences to bring back to their community. So for that one, we are doing this Universal Fair for Universal World. In PTC 2022, in a place we did it. I will acknowledge UNIMA's role on that. UNIMA's and the team is doing, Alvin has established the EBKF, e-Borneo Knowledge Fair from 2007. And they're also doing this year. The only challenge with that problem is that is a separate event, not part of a big academic conference. So what we are doing for a Universal Fair, that we are establishing this Universal Fair within a very well-established conferences. And then in the PTC 2024, we will have a separate chair for them, which will be shared by the indigenous researchers. And we will bring like different Raike, Garan, and other people to that academic conference. Okay, so that's the one. I will stop it here. Then I will go. But for me, is that these three are the main, for me, learning, or you can say approaches to address this big problem, which is here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tariq, because the way that, because initially from Dr. Alvin's talk, he showcased some of the successful projects, but when you came in, you provided us with another perspective or insights where everything can goes back to writing okay, improving the way that we see things now, how we can, go from here in terms of doing our research, because you've been giving us new views, because previously when we talk about HCI, we pretty much like bounded in the context of looking from the UI aspect, and now of course we are leading towards UX, but still it's not that vast in terms of the view. But then you came in and giving us all this new information. I really like the drawing that you have just now, where it has the quadrant, from one place, and then how we can go beyond that. So hopefully what I would like to do next is, shaping up everything that you have shared with us, from here to the drawing that I really like just now, where the kids, playing, there's a big tree in the middle. Most of the audience today with us are students, okay, young students, young researchers, and I think from the morning session, some of the concerns that we have is some of us really do want, to work with the community. Perhaps you can share with us, okay, what are the challenges? I know we have spoken very lightly just now in the previous session. Were there any, what do you call that? Not hesitations, but was there any concerns that you face, maybe from the community themselves, okay, that would hinder the relationship? And maybe from there we can talk about a bit on, most of the audience are doing computer science, and you yourself, from computing department. The thing that we usually face is it's not computer science enough, So maybe you can also talk a bit about that, and then we can wrap it up the session nicely with where we should go from here. Okay, so I pass back to you, Dr. Tariq.
Sure. So going back to actually the challenges with the community. So from my understanding, I think that's not the role of a PhD or a master's student in any way. To establish that partnership. It is the role of the leadership of a lab or a faculty.
Yeah.
So for me, there is another big challenge. As an academician, we don't stand at one place for the next 30 or 40 years. We move, and the movement is good, actually. I appreciate that part, because that's what your Raike said, that you need to move. So sometimes if you have a limitation at one place, you need to move, but communities will be there.
Yeah.
And if you establish this relationship, how you are going to sustain that relationship. So I think the institutional role is very important on that the institutions need to establish that partnerships. And then the leadership of the institutions need to take a very strong role on that. I was so lucky in UNIMAS that when I was coming, Alvin, Gary, and those all people were already working with that. And I just tap on that, actually. I just came in and tap on that. Then I went in depth of the process. Still not yet enough there. But then I tried that. I'm not worried about that. But then the community engagement process is again like an onion model. It is not a one-time go with a circle. It's an onion. They have so many. So we have like the situation that we have the discussion. Just now, if I tell you, with Garen, I'm working like for almost around 14 years. We have a very strong debate in the last session that some of the science, he don't want to be going to the publication.
Okay.
Yes, he has a strong opinion on that, but that opinion is personal. It's not a community opinion. So what I'm suggesting, and I had this discussion, that if we want to exclude few of the science from that body of knowledge, which we are producing as a book or we need a very solid reasons for that. That the community agrees, because that is the part of the community-based co-design. It is an individual. It is not just participatory design, it's a community-based co-design. So the community voices, we need to make that sense. So for me, that actually the challenges with the community engagement will always be there. And one of the way is that it's not, I will not suggest that during master study someone do that part or PhD study. They need to focus a lot of that. So the institutional has a vision for that, a strategy for that. And there the institution need to see that where the young researchers can fit, the mentorship there. So for me, that is another part. UNIMAS has this lucky point that they have a very strong mentorship in existing, but UTS we didn't have. So we have senior professor and we have young researcher. And if you see, we are bringing a lot of researcher from outside. One of the reason is that we want to fill that mentorship space so they can guide the young researchers. So that is the challenging part, that the challenging are there, but of course that could be the way of that, yeah. And then the second thing is as a way out, of course, that is like my next last one, this one.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Partnership and networking. Again, this is a Nature publication there. I'm citing it here, that if you, as an early career researcher, co-authorship with the scientist, experienced scientists predict success in academic career. So all the young researchers, if it is your learning time, you need to contribute, actually. You need to work with someone. At that time, you need not to care that, oh, why you are not the first author. Because at that time, maybe you are bringing something there, but it is not at that stage. So the academic research is clearly saying it, that in that type of co-authorship partnership, actually, the young researchers and researchers from a small university get more benefit than the others. So there is that phase to build relationship is more important. Get trained during that authorship. You will see these all people here in the last, during pandemic and everything, we have brought around 30 to 40 researchers from outside world. And I strongly bring my own team members to the outside conferences, to outside Malaysia. So they can connect, they can work with them. So I think that is one of the way to somehow settle, to connect and address the challenges on both sides. With community, again, experienced researcher. With outside, again, working with experienced researcher. So other than the supervisor, role of mentors are very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my this one. Now you were mentioning the last question that you also asked another one. I'm not sure. What was that?
Yeah, I think there were two more. How we can ground it back. I know somewhere in your sharing just now, you did mention about, publication, how it actually part of the our nature, especially as academician and researchers, we have to publish. But maybe we can, specifically bring it on the lens of computer science itself. What are your thoughts on that, Tariq?
Okay, so I will be like, my light is automatic. So
Sure, go ahead.
I need to exercise somehow. Okay, now it's okay. So interestingly, this is not a new problem and not for Malaysia only. PTC community found it many years ago. Kai community is also now going to that. So for example, PTC community opened the space for exploratory papers. So what they did for this year PTC, that they organized training workshop for young researchers to write an exploratory paper for PTC conference. Awesome. So for my understanding is that if you want to go for the big tier conferences, there is no harm that you try. But one way is to also try from the short paper, from situated actions, from exploratory paper. So that could also, and then again and again and again, find the mentor. Find the mentor who can open that space for you, and in return you can get more training for that. So that's my 2 cents on that. And yes, reading is for example, specifically what I suggest to my colleagues here, that if you get a thesis for evaluation, don't. I'm sure many of you are also doing the same exercise. Don't look from the start, from the abstract. Start to looking on the literature, what that person has read.
Yes, definitely.
The person has read the right material, he referenced the right material. I will tell you that even 2 days ago, I got the Oro project. We work on that, and you have seen we have a paper in Interact conference. It's 900 papers. That paper has won 2 awards in first time in the history of Interact. We have the Kai honorable mention paper on Oro project. Only 3 days ago, I got 2 papers from Malaysia who wrote about Oro, but they didn't reference any of those material. So now the thing is, why not? How you can actually miss that papers which started the whole thing if you're writing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, that if anyone look at it, they will first start looking at from that side. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Very nice. Answer to that, Dr. Tariq. Maybe we can. Time is 12:36. Maybe we can wrap it up with what's next from here. I think you want to share something with the audience.
Of course, that PDC 2024.
Yeah, I know.
So just for your information, PDC conference is happening for the last, from 1990s. It is one of the best conference in Scandinavia. We were trying hard to bring it out from Scandinavia to Malaysia, and we were not successful in 2016. This year we are successful. We got it for 2024.
Congratulations.
Conference, yeah. And it will be happening in Cebu after 2 years, but in the next 2 years, we are going to work on different things. Of course, we will have trainings for the young researchers to join the workshop, to write for the PDC. There will be many PD community coming along to Malaysia also before the conference and during the conference. The dates are not yet confirmed. You can see the PDC website also. We have just quickly come up with some website to put. But yes, the committee is very strong in that, and it is a good start if you are looking for some transcultural reversal type of discussion. Actually, the PD community is one of the strong, small community and very closely working together.
All right. Thank you so much, Tariq, for the big news. I think this is very is awesome, because I know it's not easy to bring a huge conference at that scale, at our own backyard. So congratulations once again. Okay.
Yeah. So do we have any question or anything you want to ask?
Yes, I was about to check the chat. Let me just where is the thing? It's gone. Okay. Let me
I can see it, but I couldn't see any question there.
Okay. So far yet. Maybe I would like to remind everyone here. This is very much like, we have listened from Dr. Alvin, Dr. Eunice. You can hear that, from Dr. Tariq's talk, that everything is like connected in some sense. How everything was begun. And then from the Eunice's point of view, she talked about the leadership, and, when Dr. Tariq was speaking about his experiences, working with the community, it's also important to bring in some kind of leadership, especially when you start to establish with the community. And then I think in our situation, the institution must also play some roles, to certain extent, so that everything can be planned out, can be executed as planned. So that's I don't have any questions so far. But
there is one question.
Okay.
The PDC knew in Malaysia how to create awareness. So of course, that's why I'm also here today.
Yeah, that was the what you call that, the implicit gesture.
Yeah. That's one thing. But then one of the reasons is that we are fortunate enough that myself and on our side, SBE Sarawak is very supportive to bring conferences to Malaysia. And the next, you can see 2 years, the first 1 year will be for us to do more awareness. So if you are organizing, that's why when Masita was asking me for this session, I asked her, is it physical? Then I can fly.
Maybe next year we'll make it physical.
You will see if you are organizing any conference, you maybe see me around or any of my colleagues from here. And we will, but then the other part is that we have some networks actually. I missed to mention about the IPID Asia network. IPID network is for the postgraduate student working in ICT 4D area. Anyone can join it. We usually organize, for the last 2 years, we were organizing online school. This year, we also have in PDC one.
Maybe we can ask Gary to share the link or any information on that, please, Gary, on the chat.
I'm gonna write it here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you can go there and then you can attend. But on the other side is that we will disseminating the information. So that is one of the networks that we are promoting for young researchers to come in actually. Is there any other question before I go to the acknowledgement part?
Okay. Okay, I think we can move on to the acknowledgement part.
So the last part, what I already mentioned, that actually this whole Shinwarela Magina concept is that where the water is and the long is also there. So really this bringing both for Malaysia and for this, we are a very rich cultural diverse country actually here, the Malaysia is. If you only look at our Rajang River where Cebu is, there is 15 ethnic group. In that small place, that diversity is not existing. And HCI, PDC, those all communities are very eager or enthusiastic to look for that diversity. So we can take benefit of it. In terms of acknowledgement, it is not to all those people who contributed to this research, like Garen, Wilson, Raike, Alvin, Prof. Nara, Unimas, but also to the whole ecosystem. The water there, the trees there, the environment there, which actually supported us, or which actually accepted us to go to their place and somehow intervene in their beautiful natural environment. So the acknowledgement goes all to that. Thank you very much. And if you have anything in the future, also I'm going to write my email here. nuts.edu.my, or please go to our my institute uts.edu.my, and you will find more information.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Tariq. So I would like to perhaps just to wrap up everything, okay, before I pass it over back to the MC for today. One thing that I learned personally, at least from my travel to Cebu and then listening back to what you said and what Dr. Alvin was sharing, Dr. Eunice this morning, you know, one thing that when we are working with community, we always think about that what we can provide them. But I think you did mention, you know, when I was there, there's something that you should also not forgetting is what you gain, you know, from the experiences. So this is where the reflection should always takes place. So I think I have to train myself, you know, because sometimes we miss to do the reflection part. And to me, it can be very impactful, you know, because it shapes the way we see things to decide what to do next and so on. So thank you so much for this kind of insights. I wouldn't be, you know, knowing or remembering about this if word for this session. So thank you so much once again. Okay, so with that, please give one round of applause to Dr. Tariq for the sharing that he has given us. And I would like to pass this back to Zafiq. Sorry if I got your name wrong. Zafri. Okay, over to you.
Zafri, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Associate Professor Dr. Tariq Zaman and Associate Professor Dr. Masita Ghazali for that very engaging conversation. And okay, we really enjoyed that. Okay, everyone, now we can have our lunch break. Before that, I would like to inform you that we will have a reconvene activity at 2 p.m. before starting the paper presentation at 2:30 p.m. Okay, everyone, so do join the activity and have fun. See you again after the break.